Order at 7:06. Roll call. We're all here. Mrs. O'Brien is here by telephone. Can I have an adoption of the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda.
I second.
I'm going to call for, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. I'm going to call for a public hearing on the Truth and Taxation Statement for fiscal year 2022-2023 per ARS 15.905.01B4.
Vice President Ordway, we actually will present the public hearing for the budget adoption and the Truth and Taxation at the same time. They are both part of this same presentation that has just been posted. And slides for both items are in here, but our Truth and Taxation is at the very end. So if I may, I will go ahead and start with the expenditure budget.
Yeah, I think I want to do the motion first.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Public hearing on the Truth.
There is no motion.
We're just doing the call for the public hearing for both A and B.
Yes.
A is first, and you're doing them both at the same time, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, go ahead.
I apologize. That was, my intent was to make sure that we called it for both items at the same
It's okay,
time.
you're good.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, President O'Brien, Vice President Ordway, members of the board, and guests. This is our third and final presentation of the full proposed 22-23 budget for fiscal year 23. Just an update on what we've done so far. Going back to calendar year 21, we've received input from our stakeholders. We had our district budget committee, our negotiated solutions team, which recommended the salary recommendation that's included in this budget, as well as our benefits committee, and the benefits committee recommendation is a part of this budget as well. We did a preview on June 14th and then presented the proposed budget to be advertised on June 28th. In the blue, you can see that we are on July 12th for adoption of the budget for 22-23. We must legally adopt the budget by July 15th of each year. There had been some changes between the June 14th and June 28th board meeting, but they had happened right before June 28th and had not been fully finalized, or had just been finalized. And those included about $13 million more in additional revenue for Deer Valley Unified School District than what we had seen at the June 14th. As a reminder, we have not yet budgeted in our operating budget for any of these funds. They are included in our worksheets that go to the state to make sure that we are able to capture the revenue, but these additional funds will go through the processes that we just mentioned on the previous slide for allocation on district-aligned needs. These are the budget priority recommendations. As mentioned, we had the Budget Priority Committee that met starting in December of last year that recommended the budget priorities. We just asked that the governing board keep these in mind, and we certainly did as we were developing the recommendation that we're presenting today. Some specific highlights to our proposed budget include a continued M&O override of 15%. 2% inflationary increase was included in our previewed budget on June 14th. We had current year funding has been included for the last, I think, 3 or 4 years. And so we will know next July what our final student count is, but this is our best guess of our projected students for the current year. We are pleased to say that our teacher experience index, or our average years of teacher service compared to the state average, increased from 1.009 to 1.0061 this year, which is going to, we'll see in a later slide that that's additional revenue for the budget this year. We are projecting our M&O carry forward to be approximately $22 million. And this year, for the opening of Inspiration Mountain, we are including $915,000 in school opening fund monies that we moved into that fund 4 years ago. Additional factors are that our staffing in the budget or the previously noted Gold Book are based on our current staffing standards. District additional assistance, we continue to be very pleased, as of last year, is being fully funded, I guess now for the second time in 14 years as opposed to the first time in 13 years. We will take a look at that amount and what it means for Deer Valley in a later slide as well. We continue to use cash accounts to infuse in our budget, make sure that we can cover all of our expenses. Those include our 5 cash funds, our athletic participation fees, and our parking fees. Here are the increases and decreases to the budget based on category. And again, these were based on the preview from June 14th and do not include any of the additions that we saw in that earlier slide of 13 million. So you can see the increases in Group A, Group B, our M&O override, district additional assistance, inflationary funding, teacher experience index, carry forward, our cash accounts, and our school opening fund. We did have some slight decreases. We had 15 million in ESSER funding infused into the 22 budget that we are decreasing to 1.5 for this year, or 2.5. We are keeping an additional 1 million in our capital. As a reminder, district additional assistance is school capital, and we have been infusing a small amount of that into M&O so that we've been able to provide some of the salary increases that we've done over the past couple years. Here's what that looks like on that main page of the budget book, showing overall revenue of 267.57 in revenue and expenses, with what I've lovingly dubbed over the past couple years with the additional 13 million below the line. Again, these are funds that we will determine through our standard district processes how to allocate as we start the school year. Changes to the budget for staffing include $12 million that we mentioned that was approved for salary increases. We do have about 32.5 FTE increase at Inspiration Mountain for certified and 15.5 in classified. An additional 3.4 FTE for certified and 14.6 in classified for the district as a whole. We do have additional recommendations for some district office reclassifications and some additional positions. Some of those include apprentice reclassifications. These are called out separately from the other or the other FTE increases on the prior page because these are not based on formula. And so we do bring these specifically on a separate slide. Non-staffing indicators include a related staffing, but a decrease to the state retirement contribution from 12.41 to 12.7. We do have an increase in utilities, an electricity increase, and that is in part to Inspiration Mountain as well as increasing rates. Increases to graduation, AIA dues, and just other categories for district budgets based on the current cost for those operations, including transportation and maintenance and grounds, which are both seeing incredible increases in their expenses due to inflation. Transportation, specifically fuel costs as well, and we just want to make sure we're prepared for whatever may come in 22-23. We mentioned at the budget adoption that school discretionary budgets and the IB program, or International Baccalaureate, at Barry Goldwater High School are receiving slight increases as well. The school discretionary budgets in the 10 years that I've been working in finance for Deer Valley, we've not had an increase to their budgets, so we did give them an increase as well so that they can also handle increased inflation. Our great, most significant inflation is coming in our property and liability insurance, and to ensure that we can cover those costs this year, we are increasing that budget by $350,000. And as mentioned previously, our capital budget's being established at $12 million off of our district additional assistance. This is a graphical representation that I may leave in this presentation for many years to come because that greater than $115 million in reductions from capital from 2009 to 2021 just will probably never sit well with me. And these are monies that we lost during the state's hardship that they did not fund to any school district, through no fault of any school district. and we will never be able to recoup, but you can see for 21-22 and 22-23, we are thankful to have those funded at 100% of what our allocation or qualification is. This is an estimate of what these budget changes might do to our tax rate. And we are projecting an overall decrease to the tax rate. The qualifying tax rate decreased 3.2% to $3.4, roughly 43 cents for 22-23. As we mentioned in the the budget approval to be advertised, the state equalization tax rate, or the setter, has been eliminated for as of FY23, and so that will have a significant impact on taxpayers as well. That will be a decrease for them. We do like to try and provide a projection of what the tax rate might look like, but as a reminder, Maricopa County Schools actually are responsible for setting the tax rate based on what we adopt. We will not know for sure until August of what exactly the tax rate is going to be for sure. We did present what that might look like on the average parcel and what it might look like on for actual parcels in the district. And so overall, there is a slight increase, but the overall tax rate to the taxpayer is decreasing. The increase is based on that increase to the assessed valuation. The district assessed valuation increased to $3.2 billion for this year. Before we get into the truth in taxation, we did want to let you know that between Thursday and about 5:30, 6:30-ish today, we learned and confirmed that something that's very unusual for school budgets. In House Bill 2866, Section 23, for this year, the legislature did give us the authorized school districts to adopt a budget greater than what they propose. That has never happened before, which is why we did have conversations with county earlier today to make sure that that was accurate. And so when we move to the approval in the regular meeting later on, we actually are presenting two different budgets for the board to choose from, but we are recommending Budget B. And Budget Option B is the exact same operating budget that we showed earlier. It does not affect our expenses that we proposed here. It does help make sure that we realize the $13 million in additional funding, that we can receive the tax revenue for those. And so on page 7 of the proposed budget, it increases the M&O override, which is 15% off of our revenue control limit. And so with that increasing, our M&O override will increase slightly as well. And then we did not need to do the negative budget adjustments on page 7 and page 8. So Budget Option B just removes those and makes sure that when county sets that tax rate, that they're going to set it correctly based on the funds that we qualify for the 22-23 school year. And we do still expect that there's going to be an overall tax rate decrease as well. And it would not change any of our expectations that any increase in the tax rate is specifically due to the assessed valuation increasing 5.3% this year. We will move quickly into the truth in taxation hearing. We are proposing a $500,000 tax for adjacent ways. That is a direct levy to the taxpayers. Last year, we did levy $900,000 for a total of $2.5723 per $100,000 on each property in the district. This year, we are proposing $500,000, which is a decrease from zero, but it is, or an increase from zero, but a decrease from the 2.5 from last year. That would equal $1.5458 per $100,000 on homes in Deer Valley Unified School District. These funds are expected to be used for ingress and egress for the Northern Services Center, which is our mid-district transportation center in order to save us money from buses that service the northern half of the district from coming all the way back to our main transportation station at 51st Avenue and Union Hills. And next steps, we are at the final step because the Auditor General's office were able to release the final forms for the budget adoption so quickly. The forms that were uploaded for this budget presentation are the official forms for the school year. And so for the past month where we thought we were going to have a September revision, we are now not going to need that when we adopt the budget this evening. And as this is a public hearing, I can entertain any comments from the public or questions from the board.
Those in the public that want to have a comment or questions, please go to the podium. State your name.
My name is Paul Carver. I'm just here to follow up on a conversation we had back in February regarding the federal tax zone trade credit. At that time, you guys voted to give a $130,000 a year tax break to Sunlight Chemical. And I stood in this very spot and I let you know that, you're going to give these people this tax break. And I bet you by the end of the year, we're going to turn back around and expect the community to level some financial responsibility to that. Now, I do appreciate that instead of 2.7, it'll be 1.5. But if we choose not to do any tax increase, we'll all enjoy zero. I know a gallon of milk costs a lot more for me nowadays than it did last year when 2.7 might not have been a problem. But I would encourage the board to realize that we had this discussion back in February that there would be a financial request coming to the community, and the community heard the statements that were made at that time. And it might go a long way towards saving face if we don't turn around and now ask the community for money after we passed off over $100,000 from a corporation that could afford it. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the public? Board members? Mrs. Fisher?
Are we commenting here, or are we going to do it during the actual
Mrs.
meeting?
Ordway,
Yes, ma'am.
this is the public hearing,
This
so
is
board
the
members
hearing.
should.
Okay, so we've got nobody else from the public, so we're good that we're done? So we
Yeah, we'll do it
can-
in the meeting.
Okay, we'll do it during the regular meeting. So we will conclude this special hearing at 7:24. Can I have a,
So moved.
and all those in favor? Aye.
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 Ready? You ready? Okay, so. Oh, okay. Hold on. You've got to
Ms. O'Brien, make sure you join board docs electronically.
I just did.
No, it's my usual. It doesn't recognize me as, is it showing, Sheila? Is it showing I'm in there? Okay.
And has everybody been able to join? All right, so we will call this meeting to order at 7:25. And we will have roll call. All board members are here. Mrs. O'Brien again telephonically, and we will stand for the pledge and stay standing for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we will, let's see, adopt the agenda.
I move to adopt the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, and then we will go, aye. Any opposed? No. And that hasn't come up yet. Okay, now it's up. All right, then we have no reports, so we will move right to public comment. And I believe that the public comment we have is at an agenda item. So I will read the admonishment at that time. So we'll move to old business, which will be 3A. Hold on one moment. All right, I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the use of insurance proceeds for fiscal year 2022-23.
Second.
Second.
Ms. Mock?
President O'Brien, Vice President Ordway, members of the board, and guests. This is a statutory requirement. We are required to obtain governing board approval to spend any insurance proceeds that we might receive during the 22-23 school year. These are for small insurance claims at our schools through Valley Schools Insurance Group. For example, vandalism on campus, things like that, where we would send an invoice to Valley Schools and first. Approving this would allow us then to spend those funds to replace these items or fix them on our.
Well, is that it? Do you have any questions? Mrs. O'Brien?
No question.
All right, then, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any against? No, so it looks to me like the motion has passed 5-0. All right, moving on to, where are we? 3B. I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to levy the increased primary property tax rate of the district to pay for increased expenditures over the state-imposed spending limit. And this, when we get to the point, this will be done by a roll call vote.
Okay, I second.
Ms. Mock?
Vice President O'Brien, I have no changes from the public hearing, but will entertain any questions.
Mrs. Fisher?
I have no questions. However, when the district did vote to give a tax pass to a foreign country or foreign company, I said then I would not vote to increase the taxes on our citizens because they should not be paying for what we could have had a large corporation pay for, as the people of our district struggle sometimes, regardless of what anyone believes. Are we doing roll call now? Because my vote is nay if that's the case.
Any comments, Mrs. Reed? No? Going to do the vote, Mrs. Taylor?
Okay, thank you. So Mrs. Fisher voted nay. Mrs. Paperman?
I will have to say that increasing the taxes, the way the economy is, and the struggles that our citizens are facing. So I will have to vote nay at this point.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Reed?
I'll explain my vote. While I don't enjoy tax increases, I do believe that the value that Sunlight Chemical it will bring to our district and to our community in supporting TSMC will greatly impact and add value in taxation and collection in other different ways. And so with that, I vote aye.
And thank you. And Mrs. Ordway?
I'm voting aye.
And Mrs. O'Brien?
Aye.
I see. So it is 3-2.
Okay.
I move that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to adopt the 22-23 expenditure budget option B.
I second.
Is there any discussion?
Should we have a further explanation, Mrs. Ordway? She does, just to
What?
be sure.
Yeah, I wanted to see if we had any questions. Do you want Ms. Mock to go over it again?
I'm just trying to
Not the
see
entire presentation.
No, I know. That's why I was trying to pinpoint some questions. Mrs. Paperman?
So when you stated about the base level increase at 4775.27, is that something positive for our budget for Deer Valley School District?
Vice President Ordway, Mrs. Paperman, yes, that is correct. The 47, 70, 77, 47, 75, the base support level is an increase from last year to this year, and that was provided for us in the legislative approved budget.
Okay. And what do you mean by 9.59 carry forward?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Paperman, could you ask that question again?
Yeah, the 9.59 carry forward. Like, what is it going to a different bucket that's going to be held in?
Mrs. Paperman, members of the board, that is just calling out increase in carry forward from last year.
Okay.
So last year, we had 9.5 less in carry forward than what we're proposing this year.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Reed? Mrs. Fisher?
I'm just trying to look at the difference in the two. Just because it's quick, but it doesn't seem significant. And I mean, it is significant, but it doesn't look like it's anything really different than what we had previously looked at. It's just the legislature, correct?
Correct. Mrs. Fisher, that's correct. And if we had not been given special permission in House Bill 2866, we would have made these changes anyway at a prior revision. This just allows us to not have that step of an additional revision. And so we will not have to look at a budget revision probably until May. Now, any of the $13 million that we have additional, we will bring those items for approval to the board through our regular mechanisms. If it's payroll, we would bring it for approval. It's just the budget forms won't need to change today.
Okay. I just want to make sure it was just a revision change. Thank you.
Mrs. Ordway.
Yes, Mrs. O'Brien.
Mrs. Mock, what section of 2866 did you say it was in?
President O'Brien, Section 23.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Are we ready to vote? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? No. Motion passes 5-0 when it pops up. All right, I would ask that the governing board approve consent agenda items 4A through 4P.
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that would be 4-1.
It's not coming up on mine.
So that would pass 4-1. I would ask that the governing board would approve the Deer Valley Unified School District transition plan for a standard-based mindset and aligned grading practices.
I second.
There will be considerable chatting about this, and I will ask for the public comment after the presentation. So who's ever beginning, go ahead.
President O'Brien, members of the board, and Dr. Finch. You received Deer Valley's transition plan for a standards-based mindset with aligned grading this past weekend. You also have a hard copy in front of you. I would respectfully ask that you refer to page 3.
Dr. Gallagher, I'm just going to interrupt you and ask you to speak a little bit louder so Mrs. O'Brien can hear you.
I would ask that you refer to page 3 right now in the transition plan introduction, which lays out relevant research and our work toward a standards-based mindset. So we're just going to start now with a standards-based mindset and what Deer Valley believes is a standards-based mindset with that aligned grading and evidence-based reporting. There are 6 core principles that help us ensure grades provide a more accurate reflection of what students know and can do in relation to standards. First, a grade should represent the degree to which a student has demonstrated mastery of a clearly defined set of standards. Second, performance in relation to standards should be defined using clearly articulated descriptors. Third, factors that influence a grade but are not directly related to student mastery of a standard should be considered separately for grading purposes. Fourth, a grade should reflect how much a student has learned and not when they learn it, meaning the most recent and/or consistent evidence of a student's understanding should be considered. Fifth, students should not be penalized for practice, meaning that not all assignments should be factored into a student's final grade. And sixth, students are encouraged to continue learning and practicing until it is possible to pass each standard with proficiency, and that our MTSS structures are in place to help students make that goal. You will see on page 4 the detailed information for each core principle and the research that gives us that guidance. Dr. Miller will continue.
President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, Dr. Stalk, Dr. Galligan, Mrs. White, Mr. Utter, and myself have worked together on this plan for the continuous improvement with a standards-based mindset, with aligned grading and evidence-based reporting. You will find detailed information in the transition plan on pages 5 through 7. We have 3 targeted areas to address: reaffirming a standards-based mindset with our school community, establishing and improving consistency and norms for grading, consistent communication with parent and guardian community. Our focus into this next school year and a standards-based mindset will be to reaffirm with staff and our general community what a standard-based mindset is. You'll notice here that ongoing training in multiple areas is a strong part of the first targeted area. That includes this transition plan, utilizing a leadership coach and ensuring that new staff and continuing staff are provided the time and opportunity to grow through the Canvas modules. You can see that those specific modules are in the transition plan. It's a document on page 5. Our school at O'Connor, we call our teams our LLT, level learning teams. Goldwater calls theirs the collaborative teams, but we will set timeline and agreements for this expectation to be shared with students. When parents can review that progress, how students will have opportunity to reflect on their learning growth and progress, and how we will celebrate student growth and learning throughout the school each year. In addition, we'll seek an opinion and voice of our 9 through 12 students in 2 ways. One with small focus groups during the first semester, and then with a 3-question anonymous survey during the second semester. You'll find those identified students for focus groups and the 3 survey questions also on page 5 of your packet. The second targeted area is in establishing and improving consistency and norms for grading with teachers of the same course at our schools. We are far down the road in this journey, but we know we can always improve and provide greater clarity for our staff, our student body, and our parent community. You will see that the 3 areas of focus include being specific about what is included in the assessment and within process categories for a course. One of the parent speakers mentioned that there were many assignments listed in the Power Teacher Pro, while only some of them are factored into the final grade. As Dr. Galligan mentioned on slide 3, bullet 5, students should not be penalized for practice, meaning not all assignments should be factored into a student's grade. That's research that's supported there by Fisher and Fry and Pumin in 2011. Their homework, practice problems, or other types of formative assessment should be used for feedback, but not to determine a final grade because they reflect a student's developing understanding and not their final understanding, which should be measured using summative assessments. Reassessment is an important part for students to be able to show growth toward proficiency of a standard. At OHS, we believe that standards-based grading is based on the principle that grades should convey how well students have achieved standards. Grades are not about what students earn, they're about what students learn across the length of the semester. As a school, we will determine what makes sense in the amount of time provided for relearning and reassessment. That information will be communicated out to our students and our parents. Another area for greater consistency is determining timelines for acceptance of late work. Similar with the reassessment, as a school will determine an acceptable time for late work to be turned in and accepted. That information will also be communicated out to students and parents. Dr. Galligan will share later in this presentation specific on the grade scale. OHS has data to show that balancing the grade scale provides hope for students who may have had a bad day or bad judgment on an assignment or assessment. We'll maintain the 4 to 0 scale when grading assignments tied to standards. However, the final grades will be reported in a traditional A through F scale. There has been specific mention of rubrics and rubric building in the past 2 board meetings. Dr. Chunas will talk to this topic later in the presentation. For now, O'Connor and Goldwater will utilize our LLTs and collaborative teams to answer the first and second critical questions in a standards-based mindset for student learning. What do students need to know and understand and be able to do? That's the first question. The second question is, how do you teach effectively to ensure all students are learning? We will ensure that there are consistent procedures among our teacher teams in providing and utilizing rubrics. Last, the change in Power Teacher Pro to a standards-based grading system will provide our teachers with specific training during these pre-service days and ensure online training and open labs are available. We also know that the concern has been about the number of grades, sometimes too many and other times too few. We'll take ownership of that monitoring the grade books and working with department chairs in providing coaching for our teachers on assessments and in-progress assignments.
President O'Brien, members of the board, and Dr. Finch, consistent communication is an important targeted area for us in this transition. You will see on the next 2 slides the communications that Dr. Miller and I commit to for our parent-guardian community this upcoming school year. That begins with information in late July providing a standards-based mindset and what that means at each of our schools. We hope to provide examples of the Power Teacher Pro gradebook and how to access how a student is doing. We will also share frequently asked questions and gather additional questions as we receive them. As you know, Barry Goldwater has been on this journey for the past 12 years. We have systems in place for communication, and just as Dr. Miller has indicated, our goal is to continuously improve, and between the 2 of us, we will ensure that our parents and guardians have ongoing communication this year and opportunities for feedback. During the first semester, both schools will hold staff and student cadres where we're sharing and seeking feedback, and for the first 2 parent forums also provide information and seek input. In addition, we'll provide ways that teachers can provide feedback to their students on ongoing possible reassessment. Then during the second semester, we'll have a reset of our parent-guardian community. We'll look again at what standards-based mindset is and how it aligns with grading and what it is and is not. The student survey will be sent out to our student body in February. You can see those questions on page 5 of the transition document. Our second parent forum will be in early March prior to spring break and prior to state testing. Toward the end of the school year, we will seek parent testimonials and also have a possible survey.
President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, Dr. Stolk, you will note many similarities for the K-6, K-8, and middle schools. The next few slides with some slight differences from high school. There are plans for continuous improvement with a standards-based mindset with aligned grading and evidence-based reporting for these 7 Phase 1 schools. You will find detailed information in the transition plan on pages 8 through 10. We have the same 3 targeted areas to address. Reaffirm a standards-based mindset with the school community, establish and improve consistency and norms for grading, consistent communication with parents and guardians of the community. Similar to high school, our K-8 focus this year is basically a standards-based mindset will be to reaffirm with staff and our general community what standards-based mindset is. Ongoing training in multiple areas is a strong part of this first targeted area. As school collaborative teams, we will set timeline agreements for expectations to be shared with students. When parents can review progress, how students will have opportunity to reflect on their learning growth and progress, and how we will celebrate student growth and learning throughout the school year. This, of course, will be appropriate to the age and grade level of the students. The second targeted area is in establishing and improving consistency and norms for grading with teachers of the same grade level in K-6 or in content area for 7th and 8th grade middle schools at the same school. This information is the same as what Dr. Miller shared. However, this information is seen through the context of 9 grade levels from kindergarten through 8th grade. The K-8 Phase 1 schools will remain a 4 through 1 scale at K-6 and a 4 through 0 at 7th and 8th grade schools. The scale when grading assignments tied to standards. Just like high school, the final grades will be reported in a traditional A through F scale. We will ensure that there are consistent procedures among our teacher teams in providing and utilizing rubrics. Dr. Tunis will provide additional information in just a moment. Last, with the change in Power Teacher Pro to a standards-based grading system, we will provide our teachers with specific training during the pre-service days and ensure online training and open labs are available. Our K through 8 schools will provide consistent communication throughout each quarter. We will also have information out to our parents and guardians and community prior to or at the beginning of the school year. You can see here and on the next slide the communication opportunities. We will also hold a teachers and students cadre, a grade level appropriate, and 2 parent forums, one in the fall and the other in the spring.
President O'Brien, members of the board, and Dr. Finch. As a Phase 2 school where many teachers spent hours working towards standards-based alignment with CFAs and a 4-point scale this summer, I would like to share how we believe our work should continue moving forward toward SBG this year. The Phase 2 schools chose to move forward in the 22-23 school year because they felt their school communities were on track for a standards-based mindset in a transition to the new grading scales. As campus leaders, we were provided an additional opportunity this past spring to determine if our schools were still on track with their readiness for transition. 7 of the 14 schools chose to move to Phase 3. The schools that chose to continue as Phase 2 schools, the 7 campus administrators will determine if they're ready to move forward with the grade scale implementation this year or if that needs to be shifted to the 23-24 school year. We are going to have growing pains, and we may make mistakes, but we will learn as we go. We have 9 Phase 1 schools who have been and will continue to support us and mentor. My staff is on board and ready for this, and I believe we can continue in the work we have been involved in for this past school year and over the summer. The Phase 3 schools have submitted their professional development plans to their administrative supervisors, either Dr. Zerbach, Dr. Tunis, or Ms. Miner. The plans were developed in collaboration with the CAA department and Dow. The schools were provided with professional development resources and training in the areas of standard-based mindset, teacher clarity, and the PLC process. Each school was asked to complete a needs assessment in each of these areas and to then choose from the resources to create an individualized professional learning plan for each respective school. The schools were provided with modules for each of the areas and learning progressions with the area. We provided schools with resources, Canvas courses, time for district classes, opportunities to reach out for district support, professional development activities, and estimated time allotments for each team. During the 22-23 school year, administrators will be supported in the process of training staff through differentiated professional development opportunities at pre-K-12, as well as through the support of their principal coaches.
Our model PLC teacher leaders will continue to refine their skills to help build capacity within their schools. Our district PLC training team and our curriculum instruction and assessment specialists will also continue to provide training in the 3 areas mentioned above. Release time can be granted through a variety of sources, including project momentum funds, title funds, CIT funds, and ESSER funds.
Over the next few slides, I will share specific information on how grading will occur for Phase 1 and Phase 2 schools who choose to move forward with Phase 2. That will be utilizing the Power Teacher Pro and the changes for a standards-based system. Here is a chart that provides information about the transition in grading scales over the past few years. You can see the historical practice, traditional 100 points, A through F with percentages. Last year for our Phase 1 school, we had a hybrid grading method, 4 points, whether it was 4 to 0 or 4 to 1, and then using the numbers 4 through 0, 4 through 1 with whole numbers. In the 22-23 school year, Phase 1 and those Phase 2 schools who choose to move forward will truly be in a standards-based system in Power Teacher Pro. For grading standards, it would be 4 to 0 or 4 to 1. You'll see that the indicators would be an A plus, A, B, C, D, F for our schools, with plus and minus indicators specific to K-6. Going back to our beliefs about a standards-based mindset on page 3 in that document, a grade should represent the degree to which a student has demonstrated mastery of a clearly defined set of standards, and those standards are given to us by the state. In the first bullet, assessments and other summative evidence will be found within an assessment category, and standards will be tagged and count in the final grade. We have also shifted to a mindset that students should not be penalized for practice, meaning not all assessments will be factored into a student's final grade. Similar to sports or music programs, practice means practice for a final performance. Homework, practice, or other types of formative assessment or assessments will be used for feedback but not to determine a final grade because they reflect a student's developing understanding and not their final understanding. In-process learning includes those assignments and tasks that prepare or provide practice or lead toward mastery of a standard or a set of standards. In-process learning can be tagged by the teacher, but will not count in the final grade for the subject or course. We will use the balanced scale for assigning grades to an assignment or assessment. For this next year, we will utilize averaging the grades for a set of standards to determine a final A through F letter grade based on the standards. Although this does not align with our beliefs that the most recent and or consistent evidence of a student's understanding should be considered for a final grade, this is a transition year for us to shift into the future to this belief about accurately assessing a student's understanding towards standards of that final grade. In this chart, you will notice the rows for prior to 2021 and last school year for Phase 1 middle and high school grades. And I'd just like you to orient those 2 rows there prior to 2021 and then the 2021-22 school year. This is how grades were distributed. Prior to last year, students earned an A through F. The point range indicates the number of points to the first decimal that gave the student that particular grade. You will see that A's, B's, C's, and D's had either an 11.5 range of points possible, and for B through D had 10.9 range of points to earn that grade. And F had a 60.4 point range. We believe that students should have the opportunity to not be penalized for a poor grade that they may not be able to recover from within a quarter or semester. The traditional system heavily weights failure for our children. We believe that performance in relation to standards should be defined using clearly articulated descriptors on a scale of 4 or 5 levels, rather than with a percentage system based on the accumulation of and number of points. If you look at the bottom row, for the 22-23 school year, the scale for final grades in middle school and high school will reflect what you see in that bottom row. Student proficiency of the standards is our target. Students who earn a 3.0 through 3.4 will receive an A as a final course grade. Students earning a 3.5 to 4.0 will receive an A+ as the final course grade. We truly believe in Deer Valley when we look at a standards-based mindset that when we identify that students are proficient in a standard, they should be recognized for that work. You will also see the ranges for B, C, D, and F, and the point ranges for each. In this Case 6 chart, you will notice the rows for prior to 2021 and last school year for Phase 1 schools for grades 3 through 6, 1 through 2, and kindergarten grade levels. You can also see the point ranges for each level. This is how grades were distributed and shown on the Case 6 report cards. Prior to last year, students earned an A through F. The point range indicated the number of points to the first decimal that gave a student that grade. Again, for grades 1 through 6, the F grade is weighted heavily for failure for our children in comparison to the A through D point ranges. Kindergarten has always been slightly different, and you can see that there on the bottom row. These 3 rows are indicative of prior years. On this slide, on that top row, you can see the grade breakdown for last school year with a 4.1 scale, and this would be for our K-6 grade levels, kindergarten, 1, 2, 3, 6. On the bottom row, for the 22-23 school year, the scale for final grades in K-6 will reflect what you see. Student proficiency of standards is our target across all grade level, and that is our job given to our school district. We will use the A through F symbols along with plus-minus indicators for our K-6 grade levels. The breakdown for each grade range is shown here with a decimal point to the tenths. As noted in the previous slide, final subject or course grades will be shown as an A through F symbol. K-6 will use those plus-minus indicators. You can see here how those final grades will show on middle school report cards along with high school transcripts and GPA points. Our goal is to help our parent guardian community better understand how their child is progressing in relationship to the state standards for a subject area or a course. As in past, parents will see the assignment list with 2 categories, assessments and in-process learning. As mentioned earlier, not all assessments or not all assignments listed will factor into the final grade. Parents will also be able to dive deeper into the current grade by clicking on the Standards tab to see their students' scores by standard. And again, those standard scores will be a 4 to 0 or a 4 to 1. When we have all of the standards listed, let's say that math has 5 specific standards. Then we will use those point scales that you saw before to go forward with a letter grade A through F. As noted here and in the transition plan, calculation of scores for standards in the course grade will update throughout the grading term as additional scores are added and updated in the gradebook. Parents have always been able to access grades either through the website or the app, and that will continue. Calculation of scores will update throughout the quarter or semester.
President O'Brien, members of the board, and Dr. Finch. One of the questions that frequently comes up is who's creating all of the rubrics. Thankfully, much of this work has actually already been done. The Arizona State Department of Education has created performance level descriptors, which are rubrics, for most of the state standards. Collaborative teams begin all of their rubric work on essential standards for these performance level descriptors. For some content areas, performance level descriptors do not exist. For many of these courses, the district has created performance level descriptors for the essential standards. For some specialty courses, performance level descriptors do not yet exist. In these cases, collaborative teams will work together to distinguish between proficiency levels within their PLC collaborative team. All of the state and district created rubrics can be found on our DVUSD Google PLC site. Our curriculum instruction and assessment specialists have compiled the performance level descriptors or the rubrics onto one Google slideshow for convenience. Additionally, the CIA department is in the process of uploading these rubrics to Canvas for teachers to easily access. All of the math PLDs will be uploaded by the end of July. Oops. The performance level descriptors distinguish between the proficiency levels. So whether you're highly proficient, proficient, partially proficient, or minimally proficient at the standard level. Because some standards are very involved, it's important for collaborative teams to take time to really distinguish between the learning progressions that students need to master in order to meet proficiency on the entire standard. This collaborative dialogue is what our teams do in their PLCs, as this is the work of answers questions 1 and 2 in the PLC process. What do we want our students to know and be able to do, and how will we know if they've learned it? So I want to share with you the resource that we have. So this is the resource that I mentioned that is on our PLC site. It's been shared with teachers at the PLC Summit. It's shared in all of our trainings since about December is when we put it together. The rubrics existed prior to that time, some of them. Some of them are still in creation, but we decided it'd be easier to have them in one spot. So if you don't mind, I'll just click through them. So for example, this is the math rubric. So you can see these are all of the rubrics that have been created for grades K-8 and then 3 courses in high school, algebra, geometry, and algebra. If you click on those links, you would see all of the performance level descriptors for each of those grade levels and content areas. I won't go through each one, but it is similar for K-5, similar for ELA 612. And here's examples for this specific content area. For social studies, this is one of the areas where the performance level descriptors were not created by the state. So you can see on the right-hand side that Ms. McNamara has clearly identified what PLDs are available in each of the grade levels. And as they are added to this resource, studies resource. We also have them for the fine arts, the visual arts, dance, theater, physical education, CTE. There's a variety of specialty courses in CTE. So there are some rubrics that exist and some that are to be created by the teachers and the specific collaborative teams. World languages, and for our English language proficiency standards. Catch up. So the collaboration between teachers happens in several places. As you know, Deer Valley is committed to the PLC process. In fact, in 2021, we were named a National Model PLC District. We are one of only 30 districts in the nation and, in fact, in the world with this status. What does it mean? We know the work that we're doing, and we are doing the right work. For the past 3 years, we've been fortunate to find funding to provide hundreds of teachers with time, resources, and pay to work on this valuable work. Specifically, this summer, over 900 teachers participated in paid PLC work. All teachers selected had the opportunity to work for 5 days doing the work of unwrapping standards, creating rubrics, creating aligned assessments. Some of them worked the full 5 days, some of them worked less than the 5 days. But for the first day and a half, over 800 of our Deer Valley teachers chose to attend our first annual PLC Summit. During this time, they attended sessions, they were given training and resources on a few aligned topics, which included standards-based mindset, proficiency levels, and rubrics. The remaining 3.5 days of the week was spent on creating artifacts, including rubrics from these teams. We collected several artifacts from the teams who planned over the summer. They were quite impressive, and I'm going to show you a few in a minute here. The teams were able to create pacing guides, common assessments, common rubrics for assessments. Some created them for a unit or two, some created them for a quarter, and some created them for the entire year. So it was hard to, Dr. Galligan made me get rid of some, because I had tens of slides of examples. But there are fantastic examples. Our teachers did fantastic work this summer. So here's this one example. You can see that they paced their curriculum for the entire year. They have rubrics for both math and ELA, and they noted that they're going to be reviewing and editing the rubrics as they use them, which makes sense. Here's another one. You can see they created quarter 1 plans. They focused on the I can statements, and that comes from Teacher Clarity, and rubrics for quarter 1. They've linked their plans. When you open them, they're equally as impressive. I like that one so much, I think I put it twice. No, that's a different one. Science, that was science. Moving on to fourth grade, here's some, they had ELA rubrics, math rubrics, and then they included the coursework from the summit that they felt was helpful for them in their planning. You can see that they really highlighted the uniformed expectations. That is a lot of what this collaborative team time is about. We've heard comments about students maybe not knowing the expectations. That's exactly what they should know. And that is the work of our collaborative team times. That is the work that was done in the summer. That is the work that is done on early release Fridays. And that is what we will continue to enforce as we move forward. This is just a nice quote from a third grade team, I think from Sunrise. And then here are some more examples of the specific rubrics that were created. This one came from a first grade math team. They put sample task at the top. They were able to differentiate between the four performance level descriptors. This is a more student-friendly version of a progression from that standard. So they took that big complex standard and broke it down into one learning progression. If you look in their folder, which I did, they also had sample problems. They had student work. They worked out what the work should look like when a student does it. Great conversations about what the expectation is. Here's a 7th grade rubric example. You can see that they created I can statements. For one standard, they have 4 I can statements, and then they have the proficiency level descriptors. This can be used in a variety of ways for students to self-reflect on their work, as well as for teachers to provide feedback to students. Here is a high school ELA example. They took this one standard that you can see down there, and then they broke it down, and they created an assignment for it, which turned into a rubric, which has the 4 different levels of proficiency, as well as very specifically what they are looking for figurative language. In total, Deer Valley teachers were paid for well over 32,000 hours of training this summer. So that was, if you remember, over 900 teachers had the opportunity to participate for 5 days. It was a lot of time planning. We thank our payroll department for processing those payments. Time that we also give over the last 3 years, we've added an additional pre-service day for PLC work. So we used to have 3 pre-service days, and now we have 4 pre-service days. One is devoted entirely to the work of PLCs. And we also, thankfully, we are thankful that in 2018 and 19 that the governing board was able to approve our early release Fridays for this work.
Over the next few slides, you will see the framework for ongoing and consistent communication for internal and external stakeholders, including our students. Our employee communication for Phase 1 and Phase 2 schools next year will begin within the next few weeks prior to the school year beginning. The Promotion, Retention, and Accelerating Grading Handbook, which is K-8, and the Graduation, oh good heavens. The GRAG is a high school handbook, will need to be revised quickly with the changes in this transition plan. Communication will come in the form of in-person and Zoom meetings, newsletters, and other documents, and specific professional development offerings that will also include gradebook training, performance level descriptors, and rubrics. As we close a quarter or a semester, there will be guidance on end-of-term procedures. Parent, guardian, and student communication will be mainly stored on the district website and information sent through Blackboard. This is in addition to the communication that you saw in previous slides that are specific to our Phase 1 and potentially Phase 2 schools. Our counselors will provide sessions for students to help them understand their transcripts and ongoing communication for both stakeholder groups. For our external community, the district website will be our primary media tool for information about a standards-based mindset, aligned grading, and evidence-based reporting. The board has asked other questions that we hope to clarify in the next couple of slides. Deer Valley is fortunate to be able to provide many layers of support to our teachers and campus admin. Dr. Chunas just shared a few of those. Some of those supports can be found on this slide. Our departments fortunately work very closely together to ensure that there is a common message and about standards-based mindset, aligned grading, and evidence grading, reporting. The information here addresses questions asked at an earlier board meeting, and you can see in that first bullet that all students have the opportunity to gain a 4 on an assignment toward proficiency on a standard. Rubrics will be provided to students prior to starting work so students know the target, and that is a huge part of teacher clarity. A question was asked about special education. For students who have accommodations in their IEP, the same performance level ratings would be in place. For students who have modifications in their IEP, modified performance level ratings will be created. For our English language learner, they will have the same performance level ratings.
President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, Dr. Stalk and I just felt it was important to share some of our data from the 2021-22 school year. So we will be brief, but we wanted to put that in front of you, so you can see all the hard work our students and our teachers did. We had the best proficiency rates that we have had ever, with 20 students or less per semester with zeros, as compared in the past where we had 120 plus students that in the past that had Fs. Then to take that to the next level with ones, you can see those numbers there, which it just has been tremendous and very successful. It helps us be able to have more laser-like focus with our tier 3 students. When you're dealing with 20 students that you need help with, you can dig down a little deeper, because we don't, I know it was mentioned that we don't have everything that the Stevensville has, and we don't, but we're able to focus on those 20 students a lot better. July 11th was when we got a lot of our AP scores back. We got some back on the 5th, and then on July 11th, which was just yesterday. So I am pleased to share that we've had our best AP scores in the last 5 years, with the most exams taken, with the most students taking them, and then you can see that those numbers there. Yeah, we had some students. One class had a 96 proficiency rate. So I don't want to read all that to you, but I can tell you that we've been very happy and excited with those scores, with those that have 3s or more in that 73%. We can round it between friends, 74% with proficiency. Next, our scholarship money. I know that's been talked about with students possibly being affected, but we had less students this year in our senior class with the same amount of money, $18.3 million worth that was earned. Our district benchmark scores were above district average. We were happy with that. Our ATC score came back with a 19.8 average composite. We weren't affected with any of that drastically at all. I think you've been shared this information prior, but our 4s versus our A's were the same amount, but we had far less 1s and 0s, which would be compared to the D's and F's. I'm going to show you our community and staff surveys. Again, you can read these. I don't know if you have access to it, but one of our goals was to increase the number of parents who took that survey. You can see we more than doubled that, but the ratings that they came back to, we were very pleased with. 342 parents took that, but you can see that my child's physically safe. I mean, you can read those, but we were pleased with that. This next slide just talks about the same data, but it's among how we've improved. So you can see that we've had some of our best years ever this year with the ratings that we have, because you'd look at the orange, I guess, yellow-orange. And then the next slide has the same comparison, but it's with all the high schools. So again, I don't want to waste your time, but I want to show and prove that we have some survey data that we look at, and that's been very positive. And the last is for my slide, is our staff survey that we got back. And as you can see, there's plenty of room for growth, but we had some good things that it was presented with in that area, where I know there's some improvement, but with a new initiative and a pandemic, and if you would have probably shared those numbers with me before school started, I'd said that would be pretty good. So I know we can always improve, But it is interesting that first bullet there, 25% of our staff still feels, I guess I need to hold them to be more accountable, which I thought was very interesting. So I guess I'm too nice at times. I don't know. So that was our survey results. All that was shared with our staff at the end of our May 20th at our end of the school presentation that I gave our staff.
For the sake of time, I have similar slides there, but I just want to kind of echo that I saw the same results at my campus, where we see improvement across the board. Our survey results coming in from parents, we doubled the responses from parents, and yet we saw an increase in every category. We also have increased numbers of students taking AP classes and AP tests, so the rigor is really increasing. Increased number of students taking dual enrollment classes and earning college credit, and increases in our IB program for both certificate and diploma students. And I mentioned there that we had 85 IB exams taken this last year and 88 the previous year. But we know the pandemic had a significant impact on our IB program and our IB students. Many of them have beyond the credits needed to graduate, even as juniors. And so during the pandemic, many of them took the opportunity to go ahead and graduate early, which kind of fluctuated our data as you look at the trends. We also saw increased outcomes for our ESL students. And although I didn't include the detailed reports, I'd like to emphasize and kind of celebrate in the next slide that we saw an increase in our scholarship monies. We saw our benchmark scores improve throughout the school year. We look at and compare ourselves to schools with like demographics, and we saw our composite score for the ACT this first year that we're having all students take it at 17.2, which is comparable to our sister school, Deer Valley. And now what really happens for us, though, is our students and teachers can have in-depth conversations about what led to those ACT scores being what they are. And that's not something that we could have said prior to the work that we've been doing with standards-based and with PLCs. So because we've been doing standards-based grading and standards-based mindset, we definitely don't see a significant impact on our comparisons when we look at D's and F category and A and B category. But what we do see on this next slide is that when we're looking at the students that aren't successful, and this is really important to me because we celebrate so many times all the success that students have. But our goal is really to ensure that we're producing students that when they're 30 years old, they're really prepared for whatever they might face, whatever career, whatever college opportunities they've had, raising their families, kind of changing the demographics in the future in our communities. So when we look at what students did not demonstrate proficiency, we have really specific information, and many of the students know exactly what they need to work on. So we're not just saying you have to repeat and take a class during the summer and you have to repeat the whole class. We're able to say to them, you demonstrated achievement and success in these areas in the course. These are the areas where you're deficient, so this is what you'll focus on in order to earn the full credit, in order to be able to move to the next level successfully. And I think you can kind of see as you look at our students progress through those classes, because those are sequences, right? Algebra to geometry, geometry to algebra 3-4, that we begin to see improvement with students. With English in particular, the standards are the same for English 1, 2, and 3, 4. The standards are the same for English 5, 6, and 7, 8. So we've had some great conversations with teachers and students about as you're moving through this, you're demonstrating proficiency, and then you're taking that class again the next year with similar standards. You just are transferring these skills and this learning. So at our school, when we have such at-risk students and we have a real need to focus on them taking ownership and knowing how they can be successful, if you look at the next slide, we have data for each grade level that shows both their absences and their grades as they progress. But we're not waiting for the end of the semester. Every 3 weeks, we're having those conversations, and our intervention staff, as well as the teachers in the classroom, can sit down and pull up that information and talk about it with students. So with our transitory nature of our school, that's also something we can pass on to the next school that they may attend, or that they can carry with them and explain it. And I think that's super powerful for students with an IEP in particular. So our parent satisfaction results are shown there, and you can see that we are increasing across the board. We have more students responding. We went from 51 more parents, 51 parents to 195 parents responding, and an increase in all categories. And then the next slide shows our employee satisfaction. And again, we see an increase in absolutely each area with our employees. Some of them jumped 13%, 23% in those categories. So not to go in depth with the data, but just kind of to give an overview that we monitor closely what's happening with our stakeholders and are really working to be responsive to that. But I think it's key that during the pandemic, we had no way to know how impacted our students would be, and the kind of mental health challenges and things that we would be focused on, and to be able to serve our students in that way and also see an academic improvement during that time and have them feel like they can be successful was significant. So thank you for allowing us to share.
To conclude, the transition plan also has specific research studies, if you turn to page 22, and those are clickable links for you to the report for you to review if you've not yet had a chance to do that. In addition, all references to research in this plan can be found on the last page of the transition plan. As an education organization, we believe it is important to stay grounded in educational research for many areas, but in this case, for a standards-based mindset, aligned grading, and evidence-based reporting. We appreciate your initial review of this transition plan either this past weekend and/or yesterday or earlier today. This presentation has been to add further clarity to the transition plan document in front of you. We would be happy to take questions you may have, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And we are going to do our public comment. And where is my page that tells me what I'm saying? Anyway, if I could have Kendra Arment, David Alvarado, Paul Carver, and then I'll call the next three. Can start, where do I have my thing to read? Yeah. I just have to find it. I have it somewhere. Yeah, I just have to find it.
Mrs. Ordway?
Yes, ma'am. I am going to read the admonishment, and then we will start our public comment.
I just wasn't sure if I lost you all.
No. Well, I lost something, but I found it. The board invites public comment on the district's business in general and on any agenda item in specific. All speakers must observe the rules of decorum. Speakers must fill out a card listing their name, address, and topic and hand it to the board secretary prior to the president calling the meeting to order. All speakers must make their comments in no more than 3 minutes. If necessary to accommodate all speakers within the 30 minutes, the board president may shorten each speaker's time. Constructive criticism is in order. Rudeness, vulgarity, disruptive conduct, or remarks disrespecting personal dignity are not in order and will not be allowed. Under Arizona open meeting law, the governing board cannot discuss or act on any items that are not listed on the agenda board. On to criticism made by a speaker, ask staff to review a matter or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. So first speaker can start. State your name.
Kendra Event. Good evening, President O'Brien and board members. I'd like to start by thanking you for taking the time to do a deep dive into SBG and understanding why many teachers, students, and parents are wanting to eliminate this policy. We have shared our experiences and showed the negative effects SBG has had on our school community. We have requested answers to questions. We have requested explanations to the inconsistencies throughout the schools and the district. We have expressed our concerns and explained why SBG is not working by giving multiple examples to show what our teachers and students suffered through last year. Throughout these meetings, we expected to receive answers. Instead, we received more muddled explanations, slideshows that did not represent how SBG is actually working in the classroom. Mr. Utter, the assistant principal of OC, who spoke at the last district meeting, approached me personally and apologized for the mess that SBG has caused and how negatively SBG affected the students at his own school. You can wrap this policy up with fancy words, use fake examples, fake surveys to make it look great. However, the truth is, DVUSD still does not have a verified, tested, and working software program after 12 years. Power Schools is not ready, and we do not know if the current upgrade will work. We still do not have an agreement on what a 2, 3, or 4 converts to, as there are many methods of conversion. This transition slideshow does not answer those issues, especially for the high schools. It's just different wording wrapped in a pretty package. Now demonstrates high level of proficiency instead of mastery. Who's deciding all of this? Is it the teachers? Is it the state? Is it the school? Is it the department heads? We don't know. We're still hearing on a test the kids have to go above and beyond to get a 4. We still don't know what that means. I've given you printouts from Power School to show you what students and parents see, and it doesn't match what the district's explanation is, especially on high school grades where they are weighted at 80%. We will not continue to let our students be lab rats to your experimental grading policy. SBG has shown and proven to not only negatively affect the students' grades and scholarship opportunities, but more importantly, their social and emotional well-being. These facts have been supported with evidence. The district has not been able to show one single fact-based study that SBG improves accurate grading, student achievement, along with increased student motivation. They have presented opinion-based information by Tom Schimmer and others, but not facts backed by studies and research. SBG was formulated based on opinions and personal feelings about fairness. DVUSD is nowhere near ready to implement SBG and should remove this opinion-based policy immediately from the 9 schools currently using it. SBG and its implementation have failed our teachers and our students. Please do not let this incomplete opinion-based policy continue in our schools.
Thank you. Next.
My name is David Alvarado. Thank you for the opportunity, board members, President O'Brien. I heard a statement read about the traditional system heavily weights failure. Now, I'm thinking about a story that I heard about a baseball coach who talked about home plate. The standard of the home plate has never changed. It continues on to today. It's America's pastime. It hasn't been tinkered with. And here we are again dealing with undermining traditional values, traditional approaches to education. Because somehow someone's invented a better approach to it. Traditional, basic education to most people relate to our kids reading, writing, learning math, and maybe even learning a life skill. Without all the, I don't know if you are, but confusion, holy cow. We need to get back to the basics. Keep it simple. There's a principle. It's called KISS. Keep it simple, sweetheart. If we are confusing our kids with this mess, can you imagine when they graduate how messy they're going to become? We need to keep it simple. Education. It's no wonder public education is suffering. Public opinion is getting worse. We need to keep it simple, people. And one question also that I have is, we're paying teachers to come up with rubrics that are basically already there. And who's paying for this? Us taxpayers. It's a colossal waste of money. We need to be better stewards of the financial resources that are coming into our school districts. So if you remember anything, keep it simple. Confusion breeds confusion breeds confusion. And I'm thinking parents want something simple to understand, and we need to give them something simple to understand because our kids have gone through enough already. So let's keep it simple. Let's cut to the chase.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, board. My name is Paul Carver. Instead of educating our children up to passing grades, we are developing a new grading system so it appears that they're doing better than they are. Nothing more than participation trophy mindsets in the classroom. I've yet to encounter any parent or teacher, for that matter, that feel that using SPG is beneficial to the overall educational well-being of the child. As previously discussed, grading rubrics or expectations to achieve a 4 are not articulated to the student. So in reality, 4s become an oddity. Countless stories have been told and retold that using the SPG system does not give a student a clear picture of where they are in their academic goals or a roadmap of how to get there. I have heard the argument that SPG eliminates the behavior grade. When the word behavior is used, nearly everyone here would take that to mean citizenship, interaction with peers, and the like. However, we heard from the team at the last meeting that behavior refers to the ability to turn in homework on time and completing assignments correctly, and/or implies simply not understanding the assignment. That is not behavior. Those are traits that were traditionally measured to determine if a student understands the assignment and can meet deadlines. What are we preparing our children for in school? What tools are we trying to equip them with to face the real world? SPG teaches nothing. It is merely another tool to allow social promotion. I understand the desire to help those that are struggling, to keep up, that we don't want to ruin any attempt to succeed, but handicapping them will not serve them as their life progresses. And for those students that may do better than others, this grading model offers no positive reinforcement to excel. Regardless of the expense incurred to this point to execute this program, I encourage the board to stop any future introduction of this program and to roll back its introduction in the current campuses to traditional grading systems. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could have Darlene Turner, Keith Turner, and Cindy Lund.
My name is Darlene Pope Turner, and I am a parent and a teacher in this district. I would like to thank all of our board members who have listened to concerned teachers, parents, and students. We are counting on you to do the best thing for our students, and it's not SBG. One parent said, SBG is like taking a good tire off a car and replacing it with a flat. Last meeting, I laid out 6 reasons why our current grading system should remain in place, only 6 due to the time limit. I have spent hours researching SBG and cannot find any peer-reviewed data that shows it improves student learning. Perhaps that's why it's never been presented here. A grading system does not improve student learning. A top-notch teacher with the best curriculum and supportive families is what will. Last meeting, I pointed out that our current report card lists the standards for each subject on the back, along with a 1, 2, 3, or 4 grade for each standard to show how students have mastered the standards. On the front of the report card is a letter grade for each subject. Power Schools has percentages, so students know precisely how they were doing, and grades are entered in every single week. It's more precise than a 1 through 4 grade. At our school, if a student does not complete an assignment, they'll receive a 49% until it's turned in. We know that teachers teach curriculum so students master the standards, and learning goals are posted in student-friendly language in every classroom. This is nothing new. What will SBG do? Undermine the fabric of our society. Last meeting, a parent described how her high school daughter turned in 70 assignments and only 7 counted towards the grade. Students will quickly learn, why bother? Why bother if I could take tests and retake tests. Why study? I can retake it. SBG will cause students to lose motivation, reward underachievers, lose scholarships, frustrate and confuse teachers, parents, and students. The DVUSD mission statement says our district prepares students to, quote, compete in a global economy, unquote. How? By not turning in assignments, turning them in late with no penalty, and retaking tests? Where can you work that allows you to make mistakes and just try again? My daughter's an RN. That would not fly. Sometimes retakes are necessary, and teachers can make that call. The math teacher I work with tutors her students on her own time before they take a retake. It's a timeless process. I teach science, and I have found that if you make it the norm, students do not put forth the effort to study, review, and focus in class like they need to. There are no retakes in college, and definitely not in the workplace. Things need to be done right the first time. Students need to be prepared. In fact, students often ask me if a classwork is for a grade, and if you tell them no, it's for learning purposes, they tend to turn in inferior work or none at all. How are teachers going to motivate students to turn in daily assignments if they count so little for a grade? That will negatively affect student learning. SBG advocates tout that teachers will not have to worry about attendance or school behavior grades. Well, actually, we don't. SBG relies too much on formative and summative assessments, which will hit our special needs students and those who don't have IEPs or 504 plans yet, especially hard. There are so many parent testimonials available about this negative.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Keith Turner. I had a child that attended your schools here. I had a whole thing written out, but I don't think I need to even follow it. Teachers, if you were told by your bosses that you don't grade a certain way for attendance and for bringing stuff to classes with you, supplies or attendance, would you still grade them negatively for it? Or have you ever done that? Raise your hand if you've ever graded a kid that way. And that's the kind of stuff that we've been hearing. The stuff that I have been hearing here, I like to say is the most BS I've heard in my life, but I was at this last meeting. I heard the same stuff then. Not a single question that is asked is answered. And if the teachers that you say you love, respect, and adore the most, and you pay top dollar to have, if you don't listen to what they're telling you and what they're asking, if they don't understand this, how in the heck are we supposed to understand it, or our kids, or the colleges in other states? I did a quick Google search today. The first 5 websites that came up said the same thing. 5 others, the top 5 states in the country for education: New Jersey, Massachusetts, Florida, Washington, and Colorado. Guess where we are? The same sites, the 49th worst in the country, 46th, 47th, 50th, and 38th. Why is that? I can tell you why, because we pay our teachers crap and we keep trying to reinvent the wheel, come up with stuff to look cool and special. Well, I'm sorry, you guys aren't smart enough to come up with stuff that makes us this bad or this good. Why don't we start coming up with the same material that these other 5 states use? Why not imitate them? You start doing that, this might make our kids better. This might make our kids more successful. I was one of those squirrely kids that literally failed through high school. Failed out of high school. I failed 4th grade, and I had to drop out my junior year. You know why? Because I had ADHD and everything else you can imagine, bad attention span, bad home life. The kind of guy that you said you're a kid that you guys want to help out, I needed firm, fair, and consistent. I didn't need special treatment or, oh, let's not give him an F. It took the military guys to kick me in the butt and tell me what was right and wrong. I've been a cop for 25 years now. I've had a successful career, and I'm doing just fine. And it wasn't because people catered to me. It's because they kicked me in the butt and made me do what was right. And when you guys try to reinvent the wheel every time to look good or look different or to get that extra money for your friends to create these books and these systems, it's killing our kids. It's killing our teachers. My wife is a teacher. She works a hell of a lot more than the 40 hours that most people do. And you think they're going to have time to do all this other crap now that you say is so easy? Well, how many meetings and how many years have we been doing this? And they still don't know what the heck is going on. If they can't do it, the kids can't, and it's going to screw them all.
Next, please. Thank you.
My name is Cindy Lundy. I could go on for hours about what I just saw, but I will go with what I have. On page 7 of your presentation, it shows the A to F grading scale that we all know, along with descriptions of proficiency levels that we're all familiar with. Then it falls apart again. Under the scale, it describes how teachers will still use 0 to 4 when grading everything in class from assignments to assessments. And then, quote unquote, all standard grades will average for a final letter course grade. Yet it fails to mention how this will happen. How will a mixture of 4s, 3s, 2s, 1s, and 0s magically merge to form a letter grade? This is exactly what each of the board members expressed frustration about at the last board meeting, and DVUSD seems determined to push it through anyway. Why is that? It's clear that the teachers, students, parents, and board members are not in agreement with this. On page 8, under communication with school, parent, guardian, community, it lists duties for every month the teachers must add to their plates to explain the system of grading that most of us do not understand and, more importantly, don't agree with. How do you expect us to explain something we don't understand to frustrated parents and students? Also, when do you propose that we complete all of the extra duties that you are forcing us into? One of the first things I learned in college was that when assessing student performance, your data must be observable and measurable. There has to be clear evidence of student doing or performing an objective that you can see and measure with a coherent method of tracking their progress. For example, a student completed a task 4 out of 5 times for 80% accuracy, or a student got 90% of the problems correct on a test. It's measurable. There's no question as to whether or not the student can complete said objective. This is how teachers have been grading and documenting IEP paperwork since I've started in the field, back in the 90s. SBG is the opposite. In fact, on page 14 of your presentation, it says, teachers may continue to apply professional judgment to override a calculation in the gradebook at the end of a grading term to increase the standard or course grade. So again, the concern that SBG is subjective is proven in your own description of it. Teachers can give whatever grade they feel a student deserves, even when the data shows they did not earn that grade. Surely you can see issues that will arise here. If you must have standards, please follow the model at Stetson Hills, where we use percentage-based letter grades and standards to supplement. I love my job. I love teaching, and I love working in this district. However, I love my children more, and I love your children more. And I absolutely know this is not good for kids. It has affected my family and thousands of others in more ways than one over this past year. This is a hill to die on for me. And if it affects my standing in the eyes of the district, it's worth it. I would not be able to live with myself if I knew that I didn't do everything I possibly could to make this go away. You hurt students, families, and teachers last year with this grading system. We don't want it. Please do the right thing for the children in DVUSD. Stop further implementation and undo the damage you did to the students at the 9 schools last year and go back to the way we all know.
Thank you. Mrs. Fisher?
Starting with me. Okay. Try and make sense of my own notes here a bit, but so I think we all came to the conclusion the mindset is awesome. It's what we need. But the mindset is not dependent on the standard-based grading. And the problem is the grading. This is a beautiful presentation. I appreciate you all for putting all that work into it. But it put lipstick on an already existing system. So all this presentation did. This remains an experiment with the fallout on the students should this experiment fail. And we've seen that this experiment has failed. The mindset is what bumps up the value, while the grading system brings a detriment to our students. We heard here that schools chose, but there's no buy-in. We have note of surveys, and it's the same survey that's put out every single year, has absolutely nothing to do with this grading system. It's just a standard survey done by the district, not externally. And then we also have a noting of 32,000 hours of training. But And I'm sure, all the board members received the similar or the same emails. But, and some of us, I'm sure, received some that others didn't. In all of the emails I've read, there's been a lot. Only 2 were positive towards the grading system. Only 2. One text message I received from a teacher who has my number, and, I'll just read you a very small portion because it says, "I'm scared as hell to tell you all these things. I know you understand why. I just had to let you know because it's killing me." Okay. And the reason I only read you that part verbatim is from her message is because I told her I would not say who she was. But the comment was it's implemented incorrectly. There's little to no oversight. Some teachers are using it punitive to students they dislike, while some teachers are using it to slide students through. Practice/homework is needed, but it's out the window. This hits special ed kids the most. There are pressures put on teachers that are not beneficial for kids. I picked only the small statements that I could say that would not identify the teacher because, as she expressed, she's terrified to be identified. But of the ones that weren't afraid to be identified, only 2 are in favor of that I received. So the thought that we have the buy-in is just, it's not there. And I don't think we as a board should accept the recommendation. I think we should ourselves state and vote that, and this is my opinion, that we need to return to our traditional grading system in all schools for the benefit of our students. Move forward with the mindset. Absolutely, we want our kids to learn. I don't know anybody who wants to say, "Oh, I don't want a kid to learn, I don't care." That never happens. Everybody wants kids to learn. But there are too many impacts. It is too subjective where, I have received correspondence where someone had said, well, a 3 is 100% proficient. And if they want a 4, then they have to do all these other things. Okay. Well, right off the bat, when you translate that to a university, a 3 is a B, an A is a 4. And so guess what? No scholarship for you. Straight A students don't get scholarships unless they have other criteria sometimes. So there's detriment there. There's also detriment in the kids who truly do work their tail off for their grades. And now it's like, why should I bother? Because no matter how much I try, unless I do it all these extra different ways, I'm never going to be an A student. And the guy next to me, he's going to have the same grade I do, and he's picking his nose right now. You just broke a kid. Then you have the kids who just, whatever, I don't really care. Well, why should they? Because you're not requiring them to turn in their homework. They're not, I think back to my days in school and with my children in school, and I think, why don't you put your name in a perfect little block in that top corner and put it this way? Because I had teachers that required that. My paper had to look a certain way or they wouldn't even accept it, let alone if my answers were right. They wouldn't accept it. And those are the teachers I worked the hardest for, the ones that had those strict boundaries and limitations on me. Because the ones that didn't have boundaries and limitations on me, God help them. Because if you don't care, why should I? Fun. And kids think that way. They don't have an adult mind yet. I think we are breaking our kids. And if anybody can explain any of what I have just said that has been brought to me that's different, please do. It's not that I don't want to support you in what you're doing, but I have yet to see any benefit in what this is. And I have seen a lot of hurt, a lot of detriment, a lot of broken kids. And I don't think Deer Valley is about breaking kids. I don't think it's ever been about that. And it's breaking our teachers. I've had teachers who say, you know what, I'd rather be in another district than here if this is what I have to do, because it's not good. Not only is it hard on me, it's not good for me, but it's not good for my kids, and I'm not going to do that because I love my kids. I have heard over and over through the years teachers say, I love my kids. Well, are you going to ask them to hurt their kids? And they won't do it. That's my stance. I don't know if anybody could say anything, but this is just a presentation of, well, we're going to do the same thing we were doing, same thing we were going to do as of our last meeting, but we're going to call it a reset, and we're going to talk a little bit more and reset a couple of more times, but we're not going to change anything. We're going to keep doing what we're doing. And I'm sorry, as a governance board, I believe it is our duty to provide governance that this is a bad thing, and we need to stop it immediately.
Dr. Galligan or Dr. Stolk, does anyone have anything that they'd like to respond?
Vice President Ordway, Ms. Fisher, we did listen to our board over the last 2 board meetings, and we did listen to and re-listen to our parent public comments. What you see in the transition plan is truly a direct reflection on what the board had expressed questions about and what our parents, the 4 parents who spoke at the last 2, expressed concerns about. When you look at those 9 schools with over 7,000 children at those schools, and the number of parents that you may have heard from, against, or for, the bulk of our families, as Dr. Miller and Dr. Stolk showed in their results, and even though this is a district survey, it does ask about your feelings about how the school is doing, and it is a broad spectrum of which grading, instructional practice, safety are all wrapped up in that. So I would encourage you to please go back and look at the changes that we have made and the progress moving forward, not only in what you see in the transition plan, but in Power Teacher Pro, in working with the developer from Power School, who has been given to us to help make this system work so that we can use effectively a 4-to-0 and a 4-to-1 scale to tag standards, and then those particular standards for each course. And you saw each of those numbers to the tenths then roll up, and it's clear what a grade would be for an A through F, not only at high school, but in our elementaries and middles. If you feel, Ms. Fisher, we did not hit that target based on what this board asked of us and us listening intently to these 4 parents, I apologize, but we truly, a team came together in the short time between the last board meeting and this board meeting, and we really did rethink and work on changes, proactive changes, going into next school year. I'm going to ask Dr. Miller and Dr. Stolk to please chat a quick moment about what you said about hurting children, homework not having an impact. Some of those things hurt my heart, because in Deer Valley, and I don't think in any school district, that there would be anything that would be implemented that would consciously damage children. And this system itself does not damage. It just looks at a symbol representing learning differently, whether You agree with that or disagree with that? I agree with that, disagree with that. We would never intentionally harm a child. Dr. Miller and Dr. Stolk, would you please add to that?
Just a moment before you. Dr. Galligan, I want you to understand, I know you would never intentionally harm a child. I know that our principals would not intentionally harm a child. I know our teachers would not intentionally. That's why I'm saying the fallout of this is, it's when we are not aligned with a university, when we're not, the confusion causes harm. The issues cause, those are the things at the younger grades. When you start just going to the bottom line of graduation, it hits when it comes to university. And we have been given example after example. And I know that you and nobody else would intentionally do that to kids. But you can't see every kid. And they have come forward. And if you look at a overall data, you know, this is the hard part when you start looking at data. How many? How many is okay? How many lost kids is okay? Is the loss of one okay? The loss of 2, 10, 50, 1,000? We have over 30,000 children. I would say if we know something has a potential to cause us to lose one, and I know we'll lose one here and there, I know we will, no matter how hard we try and how hard we work, but we know that this will cause a loss.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Dr. Miller and Dr. Stolk, Ms. Fisher has specifically indicated students who are in high school graduating and potential harm for those students. Would you please address that?
President O'Brien, Ms. Fisher, board members, Dr. Finch. Yes, I will attempt to answer that question with the wisdom and discernment that I have and the knowledge I have in front of me. I don't have that evidence that you have that students have been hurt. So that does hurt my heart because that's not at all, again, what I'm about. I look at the past of what we've done, and I feel what we've brought together has been more consistent. As I showed you with some of our data, when we have had large number of failures and whittled that down to, like you said, 20, I have not seen what is reported to you. I know our teachers have worked tremendously hard, and I again, they may say things to you that they don't say to me. I hope they're open and honest with me, but I do not hear from what you are stating. I don't know any of our teachers have. I know some teachers here tonight, some staff members are here tonight, but I don't see the hurt. So I would want to know that because that's my job, not to hurt and not to make sure that they haven't been negatively affected. I truthfully, in my opinion, think the bigger hurt would be if we didn't continue because of all the work that that staff and that we've done up to this point. And like I said, I try to look at the facts. I know you guys talk about surveys. I know we can get better at the surveys and be more poignant on what we ask, and we'll do that. But I don't know how to talk about something I don't know about. And when you guys refer to those emails and so forth, I hear the parents that talk here, but I've also had so many. I know some of them reported to emailed you guys. I know one of the parents that responded had a student with special needs and had an IEP, and they did not want that to go away. You know, the standards-based mindset. So I would love to talk about it. I don't know how to address something. I don't know what it is. So I know, Dr. Galligan, you asked me. I don't know that that's very good wisdom. Try to pray for that, but I don't know how else to address that because that's not at all what we're about. I do think the transition plan we put in place answers the questions that I had heard from you, from the board, and to try to address all those areas. So Dr. Stalk, you had some time. You can give us some wisdom now.
Were you just buying me time? Is that what
No,
you're doing?
I was filibustering until, no, I'm not. I'm seriously not. I just don't know how to answer when I don't have those specifics.
Thank you, Dr. Miller.
Hmm.
President O'Brien, members of the board, and Dr. Finch. In the work that we've done, I don't think we've ever had more clarity about student learning. There have been years in education where we definitely had to kind of learn as we go. The work and preparation that have been put into looking at kid by kid, strand by strand, what is needed, learning progressions to help students, whether they start here and need to grow to here, or whether they start here and need to grow to here. We've really broken that down. And I think when you look at some of the states that have the different ratings, the ratings are there with different criteria that goes in. But we've done the work to look at what Colorado's doing. We've done the work to look at what the research says that's fact-based, evidence-based research. But we have also looked at what's good for the kids sitting in front of us. And I think a system can only work when the people in the system talk directly to the teacher, to the administrator, to the counselor when there's an issue. So I find it difficult to respond if we're talking in general that kids have been hurt. I have never walked away from a conversation in the last 5 years at my campus when there's a question about learning and we sit down and we lay out the information and we have the teachers around the table and we have the student with us. That's the best way. And we really look at that student's situation and what kids need that we can't solve it. So when I look at if we hear from a parent that there's a concern and the parent comes to us and the student is with us, we can work it out. We can make general comments in our own schools, or we can make general comments at a meeting like this, and we can't answer that really. But I know the answer comes in the work that we're doing kid by kid, learning progression by learning progression, and looking at the exact outcomes where we can work together to make sure that there's more success. What I've heard from specific parents, specific teachers, and from our kids that this makes sense to them, but they give me those examples. I can stand at lunch and I can talk to kids about learning, and they want to talk about it because they feel that pride, or they can give examples, and they want to please us. So they're talking about things that are about their future. And I think we've created that atmosphere because we have more clarity. So I do think we have to keep looking at the evidence. And when I can put numbers up there for these are kids that have not been successful, and this is the exact piece that we need to work on to ensure they're successful, I don't know that clarity used to happen when we were determining grades based on what an individual teacher in a classroom created that would determine what was an 89 and what was a 90. When we've got teachers calibrating information across fourth grade or across freshman year, and when I have brand new teachers who can step in, and this saved us during COVID, brand new teachers who can step in and they can work with another teacher and say, I don't have all of this background and information. Can you share with me what I most need to focus on? And then see them walk out of the room with confidence. That's what kids pick up on. And they believe in our teachers, and they'll do work for our teachers because they feel that in a classroom and they know it's about them. So I guess I could go on and talk, but I think the solution lies in when there's a concern from a student. The student talks with the counselor, they talk with the teacher, they talk with the administrator, and we teach them how to work their way to advocate in the system. And I think when there's a concern from any stakeholder, a teacher or a parent, that we're committed to sitting down and working through it. And we will only get better when we do that and when we're committed to that, whether it's about the grade or about the mindset or it's about the experience. And at Goldwater, we talk about in freshman orientation all the way to graduation speech, the experience we want for students. And we want to prepare them for life, not when they're going to college the very next year, but when they're 30 years old and they're in this world that's constantly changing. And I know that I get constant opportunities to improve all the time. In real life, we do get those opportunities, and that's what we provide for students. So thank you for giving me a chance to respond.
I think the confusion is that I don't think anybody wants you to get rid of the mindset. What you're doing to educate the students is wonderful. I think, and that's probably why you're seeing satisfaction in your surveys. It's our schools rock. Our teachers rock. We have great stuff happening. It's the grading system that has put the wrench in the works. It's not everything else. All the rest is being embraced. I think maybe I should just shut up and let Miss O'Brien say it, because she said it pretty well, I think, at the last said, when my kids would come and we would work with them, we would work through this, we would work through that. We absolutely support all the work you're doing with kids to learn, and grow, and to educate. But when we start looking at the confusion with it's the system of grading, it's this one specific part of it. We have, one of the emails I received, it had a excerpt from an administrator, I don't remember even which school or whatever it was, but it said, well, if they are 100% proficient, they're a 3. And then if they can show multiple ways, then they're a 4. Well, I'm sorry, if I am 100%, well, I guess I can use an example. My son, before he ever really got into school, he was great at math. He saw his math and he just knew the answers. Why and how, I don't know. He knew the answers. And then he had an instructor who really believed in touch math and insisted that he learned to touch math. But, he's going to add up, it's 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4. Touch math. It confused him so bad that we, all of us, me and all of his teachers in Deer Valley, beyond that one teacher, struggled for years to correct that problem because it confused him so much he could not revert back. And I don't know why. We worked through it. We fought through it. He can do his math now. He still squirms about it, but he can do it. It's too subjective, the grading portion. If a student is doing all of everything that you're doing, if they're learning from you, they're growing, but then they're still only a B, because that's what a 3 ends up being. And it's too subjective to say, well, I think they met the goal, and that's a 3. But they didn't exceed.
Mrs. Fisher, could you let them respond? But then after that, we're going to have some other board members speak. So whoever wants to respond to that, Dr.
President
Gallagher?
O'Brien and Ms. Fisher, I have up on the screen for middle school and high school, a 3 to a 4 will be an A as a final grade. There are 11-point range for that A. So a 3 is not a B in the new Power Teacher Pro standards-based system. You'll notice that a 2.5 to a 2.9 will be reported as a B. And you can look all the way down. But when we look at how we can improve, and we are a continuously improving district. We've been that way for over 15 years. This gives our students and our teachers the opportunity to say, I am proficient and or I have mastered this particular set of standards, or I know exactly which standards I may need to continue to work toward and potentially reassess. But as I mentioned before, we did listen very carefully to our school board members, and we've listened to our stakeholder groups, and that is why you see this particular scale here. It is very clear. There is no ambiguity with 89 to a 90 or a 72 to a 73. It is very clear because the 4321 is based on rubric scales. Dr. Chunis shared with you all of the performance level descriptors, all of the work that has been done, and all of the work that our teachers have been afforded and shared, and that will continue to be shared across our Canvas courses. So I would say that in this particular scale, students at high school, all the way down to elementary, will be able to be recognized for proficiency and mastery against the standards with an A or an A+. And this is true again for elementary. And if you look at page 13, in your transition plan, you'll see the specific information. But I'll stop talking right now. Thank you, Vice President Ordway.
Mrs. O'Brien, excuse me, Mrs. O'Brien.
Thank you so much. Dr. So prior to the 21-22 school year, Barry Goldwater High School has been using standard-based for some time. What's the point? What were the points or the grade scale that you used for your standard-based grading?
Well, that's a complicated thing to answer. And I say that because we have ranges within our IB program, that there were teachers that were using an 8-point scale. We had...
Okay, well, you're the only school that has an IB program, so let's not worry about the IB program and let's talk about the rest of your students.
Are you asking about a comparison to what we put up here for the 6-point range, 5, that piece?
Yeah, I want to know what you used in prior to 2021.
I'm not sure that without laying it out right there, like with those point ranges, because that's not language that we'd used previously, if I can answer that off the top of my head. I can tell you, President O'Brien, that there were too many different ways that grading scales were interpreted and used in our schools. And having taught at previous schools where you have everything from AP to dual to IB to other programs that you're using, that's been our past in education. And standards-based grading is less subjective. Standards-based grading provides clarity because we are finally having the conversations, and we're having them not just with curriculum, but we're having them when we look at power schools and our grading programs, and we work at the ISNT, and probably the first time in a lot of years in education, we're really digging deeply into this so that we have similar understanding. And having, so I'll go ahead if you have another question.
So prior to 21-22 school year, are you saying that you had teachers that used a variety of different scoring to score your standard-based grading?
President O'Brien, I would say that what was on paper, there may not have been the monitoring in schools, not just mine, to really be completely transparent with what was going on in classrooms. There was oftentimes comments about a hidden grade book or teachers that have always said, you know, in my room, this is what it looks like. In another room, this is what it looks like. We've had more conversations in recent years because we've gained more clarity, but the clarity ties in with the work that we're doing with PLC work because we're clearer on what we're teaching, we're clearer on what we're assessing, and therefore we're clearer with what grades mean. Now we're also getting clearer with how do those grades turn into the final grade. And so it's less subjective because we are having conversations and more people do understand what these mean.
Okay, thank you very much. Is Ms. Lundy still there?
Yes. Oh, wait a minute.
Could she please step
Yes, she is.
to the microphone?
She is moving to the microphone as we speak. I think she's got one right there.
Good evening, President O'Brien. What can I do for you?
Ms. Lundy, you made a comment at the end of your comments about how Stetson Hills does grading. What were they doing this last year
What we've
related to
done,
standard based?
what we've done since I've been working there is that we've had a standard A to F grading scale. So it was percentage based, just as we all know it. And then additionally, on the report card, there was every standard for every subject being taught. And we were able to give the students a 4, 3, 2, 1 in addition to their grade level or to their letter grade. So they would get, like, for example, for math, there would be a letter grade, say a B. And then on the back of the report card is all the standards that were taught in this school year for math. And whatever standard I taught that semester, that quarter, whatever this report card is reflecting, would have a grade of a 4 for being above average, a 3, which would be meets, a 2 is approaching, and a 1, which is well below. So if I could just add for our special ed students, typically got a 2 because they needed either modification or assistance with their assignments or their assessments. But they could still get an A in the class if they, with those assessment or assistance they got with each assignment or the accommodations that they got, if they earned a 90%, then they were able to get an A. With this system, there's no way they're going to get more than a 2 because the grades are gone and they will need assistance. So, and that's another question that I haven't heard answered. Did that help you?
Assignments were, hold on, I think I have a follow-up. So assignments were graded on a normal A through F scale. Could you give anything below 49%? Or sorry, anything below 59%?
Well, it was the percentage of what they got on the assignment. Like, so if there was a test and the student got 50%, or well, let's say the student got a 37% on the test, it would go into the grade book as a 50. Okay. If there was an assignment that the student chose not to turn in or a project, it would go in the grade book as a 49%. That way they could come back pretty easily from those grades. They were never zeros.
So the lowest grade was 50%. And if they scored below that or they did nothing. So if you gave me a project and I just decided not to do it, my lowest grade would be a 50%.
If you decide not to do it, we put a 49 in there. If you did it and it
49.
was if you did it and it was very poor quality, then it would be a 50.
Okay. And then how are the standards determined? But based on the 1 through 4 scale.
Okay, so the standards would be determined typically if they were meeting the 5th grade standards, they would get a 3, for example, or if they were in the SAGE class, they were a 5th grader in the SAGE class, then they would be working above grade level, and that would be a 4. So ours typically went. You could get an A in a class. And you would get either a 3 meets or a 4 exceeds, depending on whether or not you were in the SAGE class. And then it would go down from there. So like for us, we would typically have a 3 would be usually anywhere from like a 70 to like a 90. Or actually it could go all the way up to 100 based or depending on what standards we were working on and what grade level the kids were working at. So, and then a 2 would typically be 60, 69, a 1 would be below 60, 59 or below.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Lundy, for the additional information.
Thank you.
Mrs. Dr. Galligan, the slide you have up on the screen shows an 11-point range for an A, and I appreciate that. Thank you. You did listen to that concern. Can you help me or explain how the determination was made for a 5-point range for B and C and a 20-point range for a D and an F?
President O'Brien, are you looking at the K-6 grade level slide?
I'm looking at your phase 1 high school, middle school slide.
When we look at a 0 to 1.4 at the F range, that is the no evidence or very little evidence. So that would be a point range of 15. When we look at the A level, there is an 11-point range. The middle grades, B, C, and D, each have that 5-point range. When you think about a 4 to 0 scale, you can't think about it as 50%. What we are looking at in this particular scale is based on the proficiency rubrics, the learning progressions that our teacher teams and our teachers have available to them now. They make those judgments just like they did in any other system. But with this particular scale, it gives them the opportunity to hone in on the level of learning or mastery or proficiency, and gives us that a better way or a different way to provide that score. So you can think of bookends. For kids who show proficiency mastery, they are going to get an A or an A+. For our kids who show no mastery or limited mastery, they will receive a final grade of an F. But here's the thing. Our teachers and our schools have really worked over the last few years to ensure that we have MTSS systems and time built into the school day for that multi-tiered systems of support, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3. So our students that are in that no or limited proficiency range, as Dr. Miller stated, we will be able to target them more efficiently because we have a system that allows us to target standards rather than global assignments. We can target students for those specific standards during that MTSS time and during class time as needed. I don't know if that answered your question, but that's the best way I can explain it.
Okay. Sorry, and I've got to go back to your presentation from this evening. I'm going to jump back to the phase 3 schools. I believe that's the page 18 or whatever, where you say principals who choose to be part of phase 3 will have the choice of having a traditional grading scale or shift to the 0 to 100 to 49% scale. Why would we continue to give them an option if we are going to a standard-based mindset?
President O'Brien, thank you for that question. As Dr. Chunis has mentioned, we have worked closely with our schools that feel they are not yet at that readiness level. They have been able to self-select. Many of our schools that are in phase 3 will use the 49 to 100% scale, similar to what Mrs. Lundy just explained. There are some of our schools, though, that still need to work on effective PLC teacher collaboration processes, teacher clarity and unwrapping the standards and truly understanding those standards, learning progressions and success criteria, and then the actual ability to utilize a different scale comes along with that learning. I did ask our 3 high schools. 2 of them will take this year to do what I just explained, and their supervisors will work with them. They will remain on that 100 to 0% scale. One of our high schools will move to the 100 to 49% scale. You may ask, why can we not be consistent? When we look at the implementation of a second order change, we want to ensure that our campus leaders and the department chair leaders and our teachers have the ability to have a standards-based mindset with teacher collaboration, unwrapping standards with teacher clarity, and being able to utilize our MTSS systems and feel confident there. And then simply shift into a different symbol for grades. And that's the best way I can explain it. As far as our K6, K8, and middle schools, as I said, I don't have the exact number. I can do my best to get that for you for an upcoming board update, but many of those schools have made the shift to a 49 to 100%. And if you think about it, 49% is simply, there is no evidence, like a 0. 50% is limited evidence, like a 1, and you can go up from there. A symbol is a symbol, but this just gives us greater clarity with rubrics and alignment moving forward.
Can you clarify, will all 7th and 8th graders get the middle school scale?
President O'Brien, all phase 1 and phase 2 schools that choose to move forward will have that 4 to 0 scale and have the opportunity for that 3.0 to 4.0 to be an A. And that is because Power Teacher Pro, with the help of our developer in Power School, is making that possible for us.
Okay. Mrs. Ordway, if there are other board members who have questions, please go on to them.
Real quick, the clarification for you is that 7th and 8th middle schools and the 7th and 8th and our K-8 schools. Okay. She can't see you shaking your head, yes.
That is correct.
So all 7th and 8th graders, no matter what kind of school they're in, will have the same grading scale.
If they are in phase 1 and phase 2, yes.
Okay, I just wanted
Thank
to
you.
clear that up. Mrs. Paperman?
First, I would like to let the district know, community members, we are elected officials, so we know there's transparency in being a government, listening to our parents, our teachers, and students. The standard-based mindset, I did look through it, standard-based grading. I have a master's degree. I'm a teacher for 20 years, double master's, and it is very confusing. So I did meet with other teachers within the district, trying to figure it out. How can this work? And they also had a hard time trying to understand that high A, low B, high 4, low 4 was proficient. So they had challenges with that. So my concern is that I don't know if you see the news, we're having challenges in our education system. If our teachers with bachelor's and master's degree are having a hard time with this standard-based grading, in the news, we just heard that we're going to get individuals without degrees, individuals that will be emergency certified without degrees that will be able to work in the classroom. So right now, I don't think the district is at a point of making major changes. Also, we need to consider our community members, our students. I have spoken to them, even students. I know Ms. Fisher says, has it hurt our students? Yes. A student spoke not too long ago regarding how he affected him when he went to college. So we need to make sure that we give voices to our parents, we give voices to our students, give voices to our teachers. So this confusion needs to stop. We need to go back to having all the school in the same grading system. We need to have schools, grade level teams, even with other schools collaborating, understanding the data, looking at the strengths and weaknesses. Also, another concern that I have is I heard from teachers the school year hasn't even started and they're burned out. They feel that, oh, we're getting more training on top of training. We don't want our teachers to leave. So there's a lot of consideration we need to take. We just got out from COVID. We recuperated this summer, and our Deer Valley teachers are being bombarded with this new information that they have been struggling even in past years. As a parent, I did have a daughter that attended Barry Goldwater High School, and one of the challenges that she faced was that her teachers could not tell her, why did my A went down to a B? She did not get the chance, at least if she knew by a percentage, she would have worked extra hard, but it automatically went to a B. So that was very stressful for her, and she was not the only students that had concerns. Even until now, a lot of her friends know that I'm on the school board. They're going to her. They're telling her, please, let the district know we need to change this because this has hurt our students. And many teachers have stated that, yes, maybe they did not get enough training, maybe they didn't understand the process, but we cannot have a grading system that is not going to help our students. We need to focus on making sure that our students that are working really hard, that they're going to get a scholarship. Like I said in the last board meeting, we don't know the stories. We don't know what their home life is. We don't know if these kids are working really hard because who knows, maybe when they're 18, their parents are gonna throw them on the street. So I'm calling all administrators and teachers, please stand up for your students. Please make changes that is going to protect our children. And thank you for those teachers that have spoken to let us know of how the system is going with this grading system, and to those administrators that are willing to stand up for our students and for our community. Our district needs to be moving to more transparency. We need to listen to our community. We need to listen to our teachers and students. We need more transparency in our district. The survey data, yes, I truly believe in survey data. Thank you for presenting the survey data, but it would have been nice if we had a survey just specifically to standard-based grading. It would have been nice that maybe if the parent association would have had their own survey, the teacher association would have had their own survey, because that would have given the governing board a better view of what a majority and where we stand. And the surveys, I have brought it in the past because I believe that we need to fix the survey to align to more to the topics that are going to be given to the governing board. And I believe that as we get new board members that we're gonna need to make those changes. Probably we're gonna have to create policies where the governing boards are going to be reviewing the surveys before they are presented. Thank you.
Mrs. Reed, or is there anything that any of you guys wanted to say in response to Ms. Paperman's
President
questions?
O'Brien and Ms. Paperman, again, as I said before, we very much listened to y'all's feedback and made changes in this transition plan for transparency. We are looking forward. We are doing our best not to look backward. We are a continuous improvement district, and that is what we do each year to the best of our ability. I would say that every single one of our administrators stands up for their teachers and stands up for their students. There is not an administrator who would not do that, because that is their home, that is their community. So each of our administrators who are here and who are listening do stand up for their kids and do stand up for their teachers and their staff. The other thing that I would express, if you looked at the transition plan and looked at the slides, our administrators have built in specific communication and specific opportunities in both semesters to seek feedback and input, as well as to provide clarity and information. That is one of the things we heard from you, and we've built that in. We have also built in surveys, and Ms. Paperman, we know that that is important for you. And those surveys will be shared prior to them going out with our board. And that will be to our stakeholders, our students, our teachers, and our parents. Again, we listened carefully to all the things that our board members shared with us over the past 2 meetings. And what you see in this transition plan is our best ability with the people you see right there in front of you and the other administrators in phase 1 and phase 2, what they feel they can do successfully to be more transparent, to have more clarity, to seek input and feedback, and to stand up for our children and our teachers, as well as our parent community. Ms. Ordway, that would be the only thing I would add.
Mrs. Reed?
Thank you. I actually have quite a few questions, so I would like to just ask the questions and then you guys respond rather than sharing my opinion about this at the moment. I spent a lot of my time over the last 2 days specifically talking to teachers at schools that were phase 1 to get their firsthand feedback and knowledge about the transition plan and about what they experienced last year. And so some of these questions are from them, and didn't necessarily find answers in here. So the first one, so when you think about standards, and we know that we have standards that are hit quickly, right? So when we talk about Native tribes, we hit them one time and we are done talking about them in, social and elementary social studies, and then we move on, right? We don't continuously hit on them all throughout the school year. In ELA, we have standards that we teach all throughout the school year. So when we're looking at rubrics and we are using those to grade standards and assignments, how do we assess and accurately give feedback and scores to students on standards that we are assessing throughout the school year? And I know just myself and how my kids are, if I'm trying to reach a 4 to be highly proficient, and it's a new standard that we're learning, and I get back a 2 on my first quarter report card, I'd probably be a little devastated, just like when we do our math assessments, right? We do our pre-assessment, and we're looking at what our students know for fourth grade at the beginning of the year. Well, my kiddos come home with, a 50%, and they're like, but don't get upset, Mom, because the 50% is just saying that I know 50% of what are the stuff that I'm supposed to know in fourth grade. So I think that we're getting there, but that's one test. That's not a grade that's going in a grade book. So can you help me fill in those gaps and understand that?
Ms. Reed, members of the board, I will try my best to help you with this question. You started with a complicated one, Ms. Reed. So first, the essential standards are the ones that go towards the grades. And so, like you mentioned, there are lots of standards, and it depends on the content area. And the ones that were determined to be essential are based on endurance, readiness, and leverage. So they were chosen for a reason, because they move on probably to the next level. They have that endurance. They address students' readiness at the level that they're at, and they help them with future and bring in previous skills. So second is what counts for a grade. So with standards-based grading, the assessment category is what counts in the grade. And so if the students are still in progress, as we move forward, and as Dr. Galligan talked about, we're talking about like moving forward, and I kind of know some of the examples that you're talking about. That is from year one from the pilot. But moving forward, there are in-progress grades and there are assessment grades. And the assessment grades will be based on those essential standards when the students are at a point where they have mastered that standard. And so they may be a portion of the standard, like the learning progression, or they may be the entire standard. But I believe that with the grading committee, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, has determined that it will be at the point that the students have mastered that portion of the standard or the entire standard.
Okay, so on the back of a K6, K8 report card, there might be some standards that never get filled in until the fourth quarter, even though they're learning and being assessed quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4.
President O'Brien, Ms. Reed. ELA spirals. So there could very well be a grade, as Dr. Chunis just mentioned, that's based on where a student currently is on a learning progression or on an entire standard. The design team, and we've talked about the design team, will be making some of those decisions on how that will report. I know that what you're referencing is that some of our kids who may have received an A in the past may not have gotten that based on a standard or a number of standards. And that's where your question is generating. How will we look at the 4321 in relationship to a learning progression or a learning standard? We will be able to bring that back to you once the design team meets this Friday. We want to be, as Ms. Paperman has indicated, transparent for our parents and our kids in that. And so, yes, you did ask a very complex question, but it's not one that we have not wrestled with over the last year.
Thank you. And then I'm going to jump into addressing teacher training and how that's working in combination with PLCs. So there's a couple of questions that talk about that. I understand the need to have teacher pre-service days. Being a teacher, those days were really important because I needed to prepare and get ready for the job that I was hired to do. Also understanding that being a teacher is a profession and there's professional development that goes through that. We also need to support our teachers to learn new skills and new things to allow them to grow and to be more proficient and better teachers. My concern is that we don't always give them enough adequate time to do both and to feel like they're doing both well. And with the PLC Summit, I think was amazing. And I heard really great things from all of the teachers that I spoke to. I heard great things because they attended them. And they were able to understand and better learn standard-based grading and how to create rubrics and what that looked like. However, there were only 800 that went, and 800 sounds like a big number, but we have a lot more than 800 teachers in our district. So I'm trying to understand, and Dr. Tunis, you might know, from those 800 teachers, how many of them were from Phase 1 schools? Do you know?
Ms. Reed, I could get you that number and I could provide it in the board update. I don't have it we do have it. We have all of the attendance lists for everybody who attended. I don't have it in front of me, but I could provide it for you.
Okay, because I don't like building planes while we're flying. We've had to do that a lot as a board up here with different things for COVID, and it didn't always work out very well. And I don't like having to build planes while I'm flying at work either. I like systems and processes, and I like things clear and thought out and precise. I also understand that there's a large portion of this work that has to be worked on and done while you're in the process of doing it. And so I'm trying to be respectful of both viewpoints and understand, even though that makes me as a, type A personality really uncomfortable, to not always understand or know what the expectations are, right? But when we look at PLC time and how that's being used, it would be helpful to understand the differentiation of how Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, and schools are using their PLC time to develop these rubrics and what's being shared. And some of the feedback that I got from other teachers who were in this process is that it's great for them to be able to use PLC time to develop these rubrics at their school, but what they really want to do is to use that PLC time to collaborate with other teachers across their grade band at all of the schools. They don't want to continue to recreate the wheel. They want things to be consistent amongst all of the schools that are implementing standards-based grading. Is that something that we will be working on, or something that has happened and maybe these teachers just weren't involved in?
Ms. Reed, so I have a couple of answers to your question. So one, to come back to the summit, we had 100% participation from every school in the summit, but I can still provide you with the number of teachers from each of the Phase 1 schools that you asked about. Two, not all the teachers, but every school participated, so I could tell you the number of teachers from each school. Two, as far as consistency, so first we start with the performance level descriptors. So as I presented earlier tonight, those are created in many content areas and many grade levels, not all. We have a lot of specialty courses in which the collaborative teams do need to do that work. So that is where the collaborative teams would start from. We also have several of our schools that join in multi-school teams, so it might depend on the grade level that you're speaking with. Typically, our multi-school teams are for singletons, so like a departmentalized grade level, like 5th grade math teachers. We have 5 schools that work together, and those 5 5th grade math teachers come together and they collaborate. Sometimes that might not happen like at a 2nd grade level because all of the teachers, at that same school teach the same thing, so they might not collaborate with that same group of multi-school teachers. So I think that might be what you're talking about, is maybe like the 2nd, like to share their rubrics with those 5 schools and maybe all the 2nd grade teachers across the district. So to answer that, first, going back to the performance level descriptors, those are the common rubrics. Those are either the district created rubrics or the performance level descriptors. Those are the common rubrics that we should be using across the district. However, some of our teachers, when you take those complex standards and break them down maybe into creating a rubric that's at a learning progression level, and they might they might improve the performance level descriptor, they might want to share those kinds of rubrics, they can do that. And so our team worked with Michelle Coots the last month, and there's a way to do that through Canvas, which all the teachers have access to and use. So that is why I mentioned that the performance level descriptors are being uploaded to Canvas, because in order to share the other rubrics, it's easier if those are there first, because then they can work off of those rubrics to create individualized rubrics that can be shared across grade levels and contents. It's kind of complicated, but yes, they can do that.
Okay. And then one of the comments, you know, in our day and age of technology, it's great, right? Because you can literally be 1,000 different places at one time when you're teaching and training and learning. But when it comes to really abstract ideas for people, which I think standards-based grading is quite abstract for what sounds like a large portion of our teachers and our community, the hands-on experience like what they had at the PLC Summit is really important. And I want to make sure that if we're moving forward with this, that and really anything that the district rolls out in the future that is new, that in-person training and instructor and modeling is really important. So, you know, in work, we use the mentor model all the time where, you know, and it's the same with, you know, we're going back to your days of student teaching, right? It's modeled to you, you learn it, you practice it, you're assessed, and then you go back through it again. And your mentor doesn't allow you to venture out on your own until you're ready to do so. And I think that one of the biggest issues in speaking to the teachers in our phase 1 schools is that they didn't feel like they were mentored enough. They felt like they had to figure it out on their own, and they didn't know how to explain things. And then there's, you know, emotion that gets attached to it, and they're trying to help their students, and then COVID, and all around it just wasn't communicated quite enough. So as we're going through this and our communication plan that you have mapped out through the different phase schools, there's several different points where the district is going to check in with a variety of different stakeholders. So once you get that feedback back from the stakeholders, how quickly are you able to assess the data points and the feedback and then start to turn the Titanic if we're not doing well?
President O'Brien, Ms. Reed, I'm only going to talk from the district level, and then any of the principals who are sitting in front of you can feel free to add as well. When we look at our survey data, Dr. Smith is very able, as is Mary Beth Highland, and as soon as the survey ends, they can pull that data immediately, and then we can utilize that data in either our level meetings with our principals, in our pre-K-12 meetings, in our department meetings, at cabinet, and have those conversations even in our region meetings, which have the different K-6, K-8 middle school, high school. So that can happen, similar to our academic data, within 2 or 3 weeks. It just depends on the information that's been collected and what we can do with that in an immediate, short-term, and long-term manner.
President O'Brien, Mrs. Reed, Dr. Finch, what I can, as a site level, we try to be as agile as possible, as quick as possible to make those adjustments. In that communication plan, there were 3 different entities, our teachers, our staff, and our parents. So again, I think, and this is where hear our hearts from as administrators. I know a lot of times I hear from the board, like, teachers don't want to say because it's you know, they want to be anonymous, which I understand, but then it's hard for us to get clarity sometimes. So my point to that is, when we can sit down, like Dr. Stalk talked about, with parents, students, even our teachers, and have a conversation I always pride myself on we will find the solution. So again, you're right. It's a Titanic at a high school. It's a big ship to turn. But once we hear that feedback and we go through our leadership team, which would be our department chairs, we come up with a plan that we can make and adjust. We've done that numerous times with from last year, and especially the last 2 years with COVID. But if it's again, I try to think of different examples, but if it's adding an extra talent time, if it's making little adjustments, it doesn't have to be academic. It could be getting to school. Kids not coming to school on time. One of the biggest things that we deal with. I know this is off topic, but we had to adjust is students getting food Uber to the school. So that's a safety issue. So we had to make that adjustment right away at the end of the last year. So there are different things that we have to deal with, and I try to be as quick and possible as we can with the leadership teams, which that department chair guidance, because I don't want to ever do that in a silo. So does that answer that question of the? I mean, when we have the student forums that we talked about, or those cadres, we'll be able to get that feedback right away from them. When we have the parent forums, we'll be able to hear what they have to say, and if there needs additional clarifying, we can clarify what is needed to be addressed, and then so we're on the same page, and then take action.
Okay, and how do you know that your staff, after what they experienced last year, is on board to continue with phase one, or for Melissa to go to phase two? I mean, have you spoken to a large percentage of your staff, and do you know their areas of opportunity for growth and the places where they feel like they need to be built up and they need some extra assistance?
President Ordway, or excuse me, President O'Brien, Mrs. Reed, and Dr. Finch, at a high school level, you really work and depend with your department chairs, and especially during the summer because some of the teachers don't always answer those emails or whatever. I've had that communication with our department chairs over these last 2 weeks and 2 meetings. I do feel, even at the end of last year, from where we transitioned from the beginning of the year to the end of last year, that our teachers are bought in and on board. So again, I don't know all the conversations you have, but what they've shared with us and what my leadership team has shared with us is that yes, that they are wanting and willing and to move forward and to move on. There definitely can be changes, and that's what we've talked about in that transition plan. And we definitely need to um, be better at that. But I don't. In talking to some of them even today, I think they would be devastated if it was to the point where we would be told, nope, that's not what we're going to do anymore because of all their work that they have done up to this point. So, yes, I do try to, all 125 of them. No, I don't do that over the summer. I couldn't, but I've talked to, that what do we have? 14 department chairs. We have LLT leaders, and I have, garnered their feedback. So, Dr. Staub, do you want to add anything to that?
I do, and then I see there's a microphone being pulled over on the side here too. But thank you. I want to thank you for acknowledging too the pressure that teachers and all of us feel. In trying to be responsive, we've made shifts in recent years too, where we use just-in-time learning. We use very much that mentoring model where we have more and more teacher leaders. And that's been very much a part of this whole process, whether it's the PLC end of it or kind of more of the discussions about rubrics and the grading end. But we have teacher leaders that we've put in positions where part of what they're doing is they're staying very much in tune. And I think we have been very aware of the cycle that teachers go through too, just like students do. So one day you may feel really confident about, I'm clearer than I've ever been about what I should be looking for with student learning and how I should be giving feedback and what should go in the grade book and what shouldn't. And then they're talking and teaching other teachers. And then a week later, they're like, whoa, this made me rethink some things. I want to go back and discuss with my team. I think the evidence that we're making progress is something that you shared that really stood out to me. And it's when our teachers begin to ask Could we collaborate with the other 3, 4 teachers in the district? Across the 5 high schools, could we get everyone together? That means that we're doing things that they recognize there's value in that, and that helps them to gain confidence in the work that they're doing, and they feel like we're doing the right thing by kids because we've got the other experts, the other people doing it that are aligning. We're calibrating our work, we're aligning our work so that English 3-4 is English 3-4 no matter what school you're at. And we're super proud because we can say students at the 5 high schools can have the same opportunities. You don't have to leave and go to O'Connor to have the opportunity. But learning is learning is learning wherever we are. And I think we have not had that opportunity. Now that we're better utilizing district resources, we're improving communication. When we get that feedback, it's a fast cycle. So if I hear on a Tuesday that we've got teachers that are struggling, before we meet on Fridays, I can assemble the supports that we need to put in place by Friday. And I think in a high school, it's probably not that different in a smaller school, but in a high school, that's difficult because you've got 100 teachers. And then right now, we're still hiring teachers regardless of what system we're using. We have 20 new teachers that we're onboarding in a week. We need our veteran teachers and our people that have been on the journey to be able to mentor and support them right now going in. Halfway through the year, we've got changes again, 1 or 2 teachers that have shifted. We're constantly doing this. The clarity that we're getting on the journey is something we continue to clarify all the time. What's changed for us as leaders is we have to be responsive in our cycle. Your question about can we meet their needs when they bring forward concerns? I think that's the leadership that we've had to shift and provide more recently in education. When we had virtual learning and anyone could be listening in and watching, our teachers absolutely felt pressure for how they might word things or how they might answer things like we do tonight. They gained great confidence in knowing, though, that we've discussed what these grades might mean or we've discussed what must be learned, and it's not me in isolation doing it. And we survived and became stronger because we were collaborating and doing this, not just with what we're teaching, but with how we're giving feedback. So even our questions help us realize we're doing the right work. And we're not going to have all of the answers, but I would stress that we didn't have all the answers previously about grades. We just didn't have as much conversation about it. There has not been clarity about grades in education for a long time. It has been very subjective. We're less subjective today than we were 3 years ago.
President O'Brien, Ms. Reed, I just wanted to address the question you had about how we know as a Phase 2 school we are ready. We had several conversations throughout this past school year and worked on the trainings that were provided through us through the Canvas course and through other means, and worked a lot through what the Phase 1 schools had talked about in the mentorship. I had a lot of conversations with the Phase 1 schools in our region and looked to them for clarity of how to roll things out with staff. And they were excellent at explaining how everything rolled together with the PLC process. When I spoke with my staff, even more towards the end of the year with transitions coming up, staff leaving, new staff coming on, the folks that were staying at our campus were on board and said, we would like to move forward with this. They understand the value of it and the depth it provides to the PLC process in answering all of the questions. The summit that was provided by the district at the end of the year was absolutely incredible. It was energizing beyond belief to be there. And I was so proud of our district for such a professional entity for and an opportunity for so many folks within the district. Because we are so proactive in hiring our new teachers, I had new teachers that just graduated from college attend the summit. I had one teacher go home and teach her mom how to unwrap standards. So she was already going forward. And then I was very fortunate through Title I funding, I was able to provide more support for my teachers to come on board and unwrap standards and really look at the rubrics and ask the questions. What does it mean if somebody's not understanding? How do I know it's a 3 or a 4? What do we put in for criteria? Looking at all of the resources provided, but then making it come to life. Looking at assessments by standards and what does it look like in first quarter for an ELA standard, say in second grade with main idea and details versus what does that look like in fourth quarter and how do we grade it differently? And the level of conversation and questions that were going on in May and June with my teachers, marrying existing staff that has lots of experience and new teachers coming in with what they have was so energizing. And they're continuing to work. I had a teacher call me yesterday and ask questions and they are so excited to just get to a different level of depth with the students and look at the tier 2 intervention and enrichment that they can provide for students as well. And that's really what has led us to know that we need to move forward because it's what's in the best interest of our students in really helping them learn skill by skill, standard by standard, so we can ensure that we're continuing to close the gaps.
Okay, and thank you. For my final question, if we were to decide tonight that we were no longer moving forward with standard-based grading, I need to know what the ramifications of that looks like, what the unintended consequences might be, and how that affects Barry Goldwater and the IB program and Norterra Canyon and their IB program.
President O'Brien, Mrs. Reed, I'm just going to talk about back-end work. So for IS&T, to be able to switch our schools back to a different system is time intensive. We already have everything in place with standards loaded. The PRAG and the GRAG would have to be completely reworked, and both of those handbooks come together with teams of teachers and administrators. That's not to say that it couldn't be done, but the back end work to make that change is pretty significant. And then the respect and honoring of the work that multiple schools, campus administrators, teachers have worked toward, and making that change when they have planned their professional development for next year, whether it is phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, submitted that professional development to their supervisors would mean a complete rework of a 9-month plan for professional learning. So I'm just talking about the back end. I believe any of these 4 administrators can express if a transition plan, and that's what's before you, is to approve or disapprove this transition plan, means that we might have to look at things differently, but the back end work in 3 weeks would be very significant. And I'll open it up to any of those 4 administrators in front of me.
Told her to go first.
I guess for me, I have to think about the different parts of our system too. One of the first thoughts that came to mind for me is kind of almost a grief and loss process. I mean, you're talking about at Goldwater, layers and layers and years of work that's been ingrained. It's part of a culture at the campus. So I'm in a very different place, I know, than other schools. But I look at a high school campus, we have eligibility systems and details that are in place for athletes. We have clearinghouse and ways that we communicate to the universities. We have the transcript and the legend that we put at the bottom. We have the work with ISNT to break back out what groups into the sections. Our teachers, whether it's our new teacher orientation, it's already prepared and ready to roll out. They start on the 26th on our campus after they've gone through the district orientation. Our department chairs have already put together their work they're going to do with their department. We did surveys last spring, and we put together a PD plan for the entire this school year. But all that was done collaboratively. So we were probably from February forward, we were actually finishing up the school year and meeting the needs that we had. And we talked kind of proudly about it was our first year where we really knew we were prepared for the next year and we wouldn't be preparing during the summer. So a lot of what we got buy-in for and what we place teachers in leadership positions to be able to do, we did that work in February, March, April, May. We've paid teachers in leadership roles and in the work roles to do work during the summer. As recent as today, I talked with teachers on campus that were collaborating. So I can't even begin to describe both the emotional impact, but also I don't know how we would put the answers together for what we would do 2 weeks from now without the time to do that. And I know I'm in a little different place, but because our teachers have been collaborating across campuses, our teachers aren't working in isolation right now either. So that there's a lot that goes into that answer for the people end of it, but also for the machine end of it.
President Bryan, Mrs. Reed, and Dr. Finch, I would echo what Dr. Salk said. I understand their journey may have been a little longer, but in my 10 years at O'Connor, we've been moving towards that direction. But in a high school, you, like Dr. Salk said, you start planning. Really, there's a lot of things you start doing in October for the following year, and you kind of live in two worlds there. But my staff knew and knows from March on to the end of the year what we were doing and where we were going. We have a 3-year plan, that has been shared periodically at the beginning of the year, at semester, at the end of the year, of where we're going, what we've accomplished, what does it look like in this would be our phase 2 year, and where we go in phase 3. So those conversations have happened all year at staff meetings, at our level meetings. So to do that, I can't even begin to tell you. I guess the damage or the how to lead through that piece, because like she said, we've planned, we've worked all summer, everything that we've done as an admin team is set for that, from our LLT leaders to our department chairs. So when I use that word devastating, it would be taking the legs out from underneath. I think not just the teachers from not honoring all the things that they've done, but from leadership on down, because that's the goal. That's where we were. That's the direction we've been heading. It has just been the last. Like I said, we've looked at our surveys. It's been the last 2 board meetings that it has come to, like, hey, there was issues. So yeah, I don't know how else to explain that in a better manner than what Dr. Stalk did. But to do that now to our teachers, I think would just be a devastating effect.
Thank you.
Mrs. Moffett, I have a question for you. So with the 9 schools that we have on board right now, if you know this, only if you know the answer. Have we noticed, or have there been people that are leaving Deer Valley, leaving those schools because of our move to the standard-based grading? I keep Goldwater out of the conversation because they've been that way for a dozen years. But any of the other 8 schools, has there been reasons given that I'm leaving Deer Valley, or I want to transfer because of standard-based grading?
President O'Brien, Ms. Ordway, no, we do not, that I am aware of, have any specific resignation that has been written that specifically identifies standards-based practices or grading as the root cause to the resignation. And then, as you're aware, we do not collect reasons for transfer. There could be a reason that a teacher might be moving from one phase to another because they would like to move into a phase that is more in alignment with where they're ready to perform, to move faster, or to delay, to learn a little bit more before implementation. We don't collect that type of information with transfer.
Okay, it was just a question. And also, other than Goldwater, how many years have we been planting the mindset for, I like to call it evidence-based grading, that you're actually being graded on things that you've learned, not the pretty package you turned it in? So about how many years and where did it start, and when did we start moving it to most of the campuses?
President O'Brien, Ms. Ordway, when I was a principal, there were multiple schools, including Stetson Hills, and that's been about 17 years. But that was the beginning. It was just a start. The most significant impetus began in spring of 2018 and has continued from there. Obviously, the COVID years gave us a pause, but the schools that had been working toward this for many years and their staffs were pretty strong in the PLC process, teacher collaboration, unwrapping their standards. Those are the schools that self-selected to move forward with this. So I would say we have talked about this since about 2005, 2007, but the true impetus started spring of 2018.
And what was the purpose?
As you have heard, we really didn't talk with each other about how we grade. If my two children went through the Deer Valley system, I could say that this particular teacher at this grade was who I wanted because I felt that they would be less judgmental, or they would really help me understand learning. I wouldn't want this teacher just because I didn't know exactly how they would get their grades. That's neither here nor there. The most important thing is, as a system, it doesn't matter if you are in phase 1, 2, or 3. We are talking more now about student learning and how we report student learning, more so than we ever have before. Whether you agree with the symbols or not. One of the true benefits in education is we are lifelong learners. Any of us that are in an education system, we hope that we are all lifelong learners. And so this has given us the opportunity to learn, grow, ask questions, disagree, agree, more so than we ever had around this particular topic.
When you were at Stetson Hills those many years ago, and then Dr. Miller, Dr. Stoltz, yes, Melissa Saboka, and perhaps you too, how difficult has it been to show that standard-based grading or evidence-based grading is better? If it is it better to own your learning for the rest of your life as opposed to memorizing it or getting it till you took the test on Friday? And Dr. Miller, Dr. Stoltz, and also Melissa, if after Dr. Galligan answers that question, if you've had any teachers that were so dead against it because things I've heard is I lose my leverage when we grade this way. They don't care about turning things in, so therefore they're not going to learn. Kids are not intrinsically motivated to learn, so on and so forth. So after Dr. Galligan answers that, if you guys have any examples of teachers that may have been dead against it and then turned around and said, "Are you kidding me? This is like so great for kids." Because really that's what it's supposed to be about.
President O'Brien, Vice President Ordway, I'm going to point a finger at a teacher who is now a dean this past year and an AP this year. And he's sitting right over there, Mr. Paul Strauss. Mr. Strauss was a long-term member of the Promotion, Retention, Acceleration, and Grading Handbook, and a very strong proponent for A through Fs. And initially went kicking and screaming into an idea of evidence-based grading. I won't speak for him, but I will, if the board will indulge us, give him an opportunity, if he will, just to share his transition and what he has observed in fellow teachers. Do you mind?
Not putting you on the spot, but go take that hot microphone.
President O'Brien, Ms. Ordway. So like Dr. Galligan was saying, that when I started this journey, and actually I think it was 2017, not even 2018, I was definitely the hardcore, the strict grader of like if you used a pen instead of a pencil, you lost a point type of thing. And realizing over the research that I was doing over and over again for this committee and this position that that what I was doing, and I think that the one phrase that kept coming back that really hit me over the head was, sure, you could take off points for late work or just holding to a test, whether someone was prepared or not, but then you would have to basically give up the idea that your grade actually meant anything. That once you incorporate anything but what a student has learned, the grade is just a symbol, and it doesn't, there's no difference between the 74 or an 82. What does that mean? And so it's that standards-based mindset of that you take all these other things out of that grade so that whatever grade you end up with is truly what the student actually knows. And during this process, I made those changes in my classroom when I was an 8th grade science teacher, and I saw a dramatic impact on that to where there was credibility in the grading that I was giving my students. The students knew what they earned, and it wasn't grades I gave, but they earned it. The parents understood it, that if they got a D or a C, that is what they worked towards, and that's what they knew. And seeing that transition was the thing that made the biggest impact for me.
Thank you. And Dr. Galligan, do you have anybody else you're going to pull out of the audience? If not, these guys could talk. I just really want to understand, because I've heard from many teachers that they weren't trained properly, they don't understand it. How do I give assignments when or how will I grade? This is K-8 arena. How will I grade when the standard is a total semester standard that takes me a semester? What do I grade in between? People want to see something, not only the kids, but the parents want to see something. Parents will be really mad at me because I used to, they used to get points for their biography projects looking really cool, and they did answer the questions, but I would give them an A because it looked really great, even though the answers were the same as the kid I gave the B for. It just didn't turn out visually as well. So these are things that I'm hearing, But then there's other teachers that aren't saying those things. So what do you see? I'm just trying to understand how this is, this transition plan and this movement that we're going to, although it sounds very much like PDSA on steroids, because we are giving such data to our kids, which would give them control of their own destiny, which is kind of cool. But go ahead, Dr. Stolk.
Thank you. I think about the variety of teachers we have on a high school campus, and I can't think of a time where when we got into a conversation that was truly about student learning and how do you help students achieve success when maybe that's not their idea of success. Even, you know, the learning we have in mind for them sometimes doesn't match what a teenager wants. The only place, though, in the conversation where I really feel like teachers get stuck because there's so much they can't agree with and there's so much growth that they make in the conversation, usually came down to the software we were using and can they figure out how to get that to work. But the rest of it, we always seem to come to a place where there's a lot of growth and agreement that, like, this is good for students. And putting the
Aren't you taking him with you?
one of the questions that they ask sometimes is, how do we make the students do the work, not the teachers? And I think we turned the corner a long time ago with the culture on our campus because teachers felt so good that it was putting the responsibility on the students, and the conversations they were having were rich conversations, and the skills as much as the content. And I think that's one of the things that teachers, even if they're struggling with some of the way that you've got to figure out that standard that is a thread that runs throughout the school year, and you've got to figure out how do we give students feedback, realizing that we have to be teaching them. They're not walking in with the skill, and we have to be teaching them over time, and that aha happens for a student at a different stage, and that's supposed to be that way. Teachers have to grapple and have those conversations with each other, but usually the only place they get hung up, I guess I want to say, is when it comes to putting it into the grade book, when it comes to, forcing it into that piece. But the stories I was thinking of as I was listening tonight is more frequent conversations from the kids, from our students, about the benefits of it and how much better they feel about it. That far outweighs the comments that students were making about what they didn't like about it. There are always students who can tell you things they didn't like, and the very next day they can also give you an example of what they like. So that's what kind of came to mind for me.
For me, in looking at that, when you said have teachers, I guess how I paraphrase it, hearing from you, Miss Ordway, was have teachers reached out. I will tell you, at the beginning, I'm sure there were stories of consternation and some of those things that transpired. That's why it's called a standards-based mindset. It takes a lot to change someone's mindset, and I don't care if it's personal thing with someone being on a diet to something you have to do at your job to what we're going through now. And what I've heard from all of you, that standards-based mindset is the right thing. So then when that's put on us as leaders to lead that change, it does become tricky to lead 125 adults where they are going to hear and see some different things. But I know at the end, and again, it wasn't unbeknownst to me, but at the end of last board meeting, I know one of my department chairs had reached out to all of you and shared his response of how his feelings have changed. Um, I think there's a couple others that have too. Um, we've started that mindset, even like I said, 10 years ago. The couple things that we've always said at O'Connor is the consequence for not doing the work is for the student to do the work. So going back to what the gentleman had shared earlier about being tough, we probably can't be as tough as they were in the military and so forth back then, but we can make our students accountable for the work that they need to do. And for the question that came up about the grades, we've always said that there's one meaningful grade per week in the grade book. And, you know, I try to hold our staff accountable for that, that if you're teaching for 5 days, I mean, there should be something you can assess from your students. So getting back to where our staff is, I do believe some have reached out. I do believe that we are making kids accountable. The things that I heard at the end from our staff was what Dr. Stalk said. It was the grade book. If we could have that tool, life would be so much easier. And that's when this June we started talking with Power Schools and the gentleman that was here prior, and knowing that we could make some of those things happen. The leadership team and the people that were involved have been very excited to say this is the missing piece that we need. So I hope that answers your question.
President Orway, may I also add, over the last, I would say, significantly the last 2 years, we have tried to work with Power School in this endeavor to change the system so it would be more efficient and better able for our teachers to utilize it. It wasn't until Power School, the organization, the vendor themselves, hit a critical mass with districts and states moving forward in this direction that they finally listened to Deer Valley and worked with us, giving us a developer. And the time and work that our team has done, IS&T, departments and schools, and we have some teachers who are here that are on that design team, to be able to make that change in the system so that it does do what we would like it to do, is what both Dr. Stulk and Dr. Miller have indicated. We are grateful that Power School is finally able to work with our district in addition to all of the other districts and states across the nation that are in this same movement.
Thank you. Mrs. O'Brien, do you have anything else?
And standard-based mindset is where we need to be. The disconnect is, in my opinion, and from a lot of people we heard from, I do appreciate all the information on the surveys about happy parents, though I still feel like there's a strong disconnect in this, the grading aspect of it, the point system. And I do appreciate that you listened related to the 3 and making that an A. I still think there is going to be a significant struggle. I do not want to throw the bath out with the baby out with the bathwater. Sorry, it's a little late. And I guess I'm struggling with why the standard-based grading, and actually, sorry, I'm going to go back. Is Mr. Strauss still there, or did he leave?
Oh, no, he was waiting. He said, oh, if Mrs. O'Brien wants to talk to me, I'm here till 11 or 12.
I'm sure.
Hi, President O'Brien.
Hi, Mr. Strauss. When you made that change, when you had that aha and decided to grade based on what the students were earning and not deducting those points, you did that with the percentage system, correct?
Yes, a modified grading system. And that was the whole thing that, I mean, so many teachers were grading in so many different ways, which I think is one of the main points of trying to standardize this, to use that word. But I started a long time ago because I saw that there was that disparity between the 0 and the 59 points. that I started grading all of my students on an A, B, C, D, and F. I wouldn't do percentages. Power schools wouldn't let me do a letter grade, so I actually entered all A's in. Uh, all A's were entered in, and 95%, all B's 85, 75, 65, and the lowest F anyone would get was a 55%. And I was worried initially about, my type A students of like, oh my goodness, I can't get 100%. But I actually found that my students, that took the pressure off of them because they didn't have to be perfect to get that same A. And a lot of them, a lot of those students that were always very 100% driven, they specifically came and thanked me that they liked this process, that they could venture out and do a little bit, express themselves a little bit more in the grading. So it was modified, but I didn't do the 0 to 100%, no.
So you did 95, 85, 75, 65, 55, and those were the only scores you gave ever. Nobody got a 94, nobody got a 75.6,
Well,
nobody got a 66.
The only way that worked is I would have to use weighted grading so that a 95 on a worksheet was not the same as a 95 on a unit test. And so
I understand the weighting. I'm a parent and my kid is in your class.
Mhm.
And they take a science test, they do homework, whatever it was, you grade it, you provided feedback on.
Mm-hmm.
You never wrote on anything, any number but one of those 5 you just gave to me.
Exactly. It was just, you got an A. And then I've always believed right from the beginning that, and it just was confirmed with all the research and doing all of this for the last 5 years on putting this grading process together, that there's really no way a teacher could clarify the difference between a 72 and a 78 in terms of what a student knows. It's a C. Or,
How did you?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How did you communicate that you were going to change to this?
I put it in my syllabus, and I actually at that time, at Sunset Ridge, our whole team, the middle school team, actually moved to that model, and it was just very effective, and I just continued using it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
You're welcome.
So, sorry, I don't want to throw the baby out with bathwater, but a hang-up point for everybody seems to be the point system and versus the percentage system. So I guess Mrs. Ordway, Mrs. Fisher and Mrs. Paperman have pretty much said they support the mindset but don't support any modifications to the grading, that we should just go back to the 0 to 100%. And the changes we've made in our system have now the standards in there so that we can know, so our children can know what they're learning or what they need to work harder on to learn, which I like. That's what I talked about with, I did with my kids when they were going through school. We did that ourselves. So what I want to understand is there appetite? I don't know where you and Mrs. Reed stand, Mrs. Ordway, about moving forward, or my suggestion would be to this transition plan to have different numbers, so which would be go back to the percentage system where you don't go below. Sorry, I've lost my page. 59, I believe, is what I said, because that would be an equivalent point system, roughly. However, I would go back to the standard 90 to 100 for an A, 80 to 89 for a B, as a transitional point in the system.
President O'Brien.
Yes, Dr. Galligan?
Again, we are talking symbols, and I understand that percentages are known and comfortable. As Mr. Strauss said, the difference between a 92 and a 95, an A minus and an A, are very subjective in many cases. It's a symbol. Whether we use 0 to 4.0 and the gradations that you see right there, or we use a 59%, 60 to 69, 70 to 79, 80 to 89, 90 to 100. Again, they are symbols. What we and the schools that have worked toward this and the principals who have led it have expressed is the challenge that has been put forward is that our power teacher system did not allow them to easily put in those point range scores. That is going to be fixed. We've expressed how we are grateful for the O'Connor parent, who is also a Power School developer, who is making this happen for us. So dependent upon the symbol would really actually still impact the back-end work in Power School, making those changes from 4.1 to 4.0 scale to a percentage scale. I would just say that if at all possible, in this transition plan, we would like to continue with what we have made significant changes toward, including using averaging to give that final grade based on the standards that are in a particular course. But of course, President O'Brien, we will do our best to meet the needs that the board feels and the changes that the board feels our schools need to make in 3 weeks.
President O'Brien, this is Dr. Junis. I'd just like to add another consideration with the percentages versus the number system of a 4-3-2-1. In the work that the schools have done in creating rubrics, which really outline what mastery looks like, I think there would be some discussion about, so we know currently like a 4 is highly proficient, a 3 is proficient, a 2 is minimally, but if we go back to percentages, we're talking again then about what is a 63? Is that you know, it brings back a different connotation to the work that we're doing when we're really looking at what does mastery look like, defining it, making sure that students know what it looks like versus what is accuracy of how many times you show proficiency. So I think there is a little bit more to the point than just a symbol as well, is it changes, it I believe could change practice. I see it changing practice.
And Dr. Tunis and Dr. Galligan, I appreciate what you are explaining to me. However, it is a little frustrating from my perspective because I know that last meeting we had this discussion about the percentages and the points, and that we could it could be programmed to do whichever. And when I look at the 22-23 school year proposal for middle school and high school, there is a 41-point range sitting in front of me that goes from 0 to 4.0. Is that correct?
President O'Brien, that is correct.
Okay. So you have 2 board members who want to get rid of the whole system. I'm trying desperately to find a way to do a transition that will bring our community back together. So Mrs. Ordway and Mrs. Reed, could you please tell me where you guys are at on this?
Sure.
Mrs. Reed, go ahead.
Um, I think that when we talk about symbols, right, and we've talked ad nauseum about numbers and letters and decimals and percentages and rainbows and unicorns and whatever we want to call them, and but there are things that matter more to our community than others. And I think that overwhelmingly our teachers and our parents and our students are saying that these symbols matter to me because I'm used to them and they make sense to me and they're known. And we have talked about first order change and second order change ad nauseum also, right? In different aspects and different decisions and things that the board has adopted and the district has done. We know that when we're making a huge change, we have to do it in increments and we have to go slowly. And we need our community and our students and our teachers and our parents to buy into what we're doing. And we don't have that buy-in right now. We have a little bit of it. And the buy-in that we do have is very strong. The people that understand standard-based mindset and standard-based grading and how it relates to student success are champions for it. Not everybody's caught up. We have early adopters and late adopters. That's just how things work. We had a lot of trauma over the last 3 years. And as we were coming out of COVID last year and we started to kind of see a light at the end of the tunnel, there was a lot of trauma for our kids, and it was unintended trauma. And hear me when I say this. I know the hearts of our teachers and our administrators, and I know that you would never choose to do anything that would intentionally harm your kids or your coworkers or your parents. But there was a lot of trauma that was caused last year. And what I'm trying to do, and every single teacher that I spoke to over the last 2 days, I said, how do we go from here? How do we move forward? How do we take this and make it work? And they all had very thoughtful responses, but it all centered around communication and going slowly. We have to get the buy-in of everybody, and right now we don't have it. And so what Mrs. O'Brien is trying to do is trying to find a middle ground, and I think that the transition plan that you have brought forward to us is your best attempt at meeting in the middle and trying to find a middle ground too. I think we just need to come a little bit further. So maybe it isn't a middle ground, maybe it's a 75-25. And then the following year, we take another step forward. And from all the conversations that I've had with subject matter experts for standard-based grading, this really is a multi-year rollout. These are little tiny things that the district's done, that the schools have done. But what I found is that we're not always really great at communicating that we do. And it's not because we're intentionally trying to block people out or not be transparent. It's just because we get busy and it's so ingrained in our vernacular and the things that we do day in and day out, it becomes normal. I can't tell you how many times I read something that I get from the district and it's all these acronyms and I have to go back in my head about what do all these mean. But when you write them for us, you're used to all of this alphabet soup. When I read them every week, I don't say these words, 15 times a day. And so really trying to understand the lens from our parents and our students right now, because the board's responsibility is to do what's best for students. I think standards-based grading is what's best for students in the long term, 100%. I don't think that standards-based grading, excuse me, the way that it has been rolled out is what's best for students right now. And they're telling us that it's not. And our community is is saying that we need to pull back a little bit and we need to reassess. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater either. There's been a significant amount of work on the back end by hundreds of people that have done this. People's mindsets are changing all the time, like we've heard. I heard that from several teachers that I spoke with that did not like standards-based grading, and once they used it last year, towards the end of the year, they understood why, because they saw how it changed their students and it changed their teaching. It brought their teaching to a different level. I want to continue to see that for our district, but our community is just not 100% there. And we've got to be able to figure out how to get our stakeholders to buy into what we're doing in the district. So if there's another way that we can figure out really this grading point, that's the sticking point. This right here is the sticking point for our kids and our parents. There's other sticking points for our teachers that in regards to communication and training and support, but this right here is what we need to address if we want to move forward and be successful with our students and our parents.
I wanted to ask Mr. Strauss another question or just some clarity. Sorry about that, Paul. When you did this at Sunset Ridge, you guys were not, or were you, in any phase of this evidence-based mindset? I'd be Mrs. Ordway, but it's almost 11, so you can call me
I
Mrs.
was going to do the President O'Brien, Ms.
just go
Ordway. No, this was way before any of these conversations took place. It was back like in 2014, 2013.
Okay, so you were still a little bit after Mike Anderson and Goldwater, but you were pretty close. So when you did your transition, when you figured out how you were going to grade based on the new way that kids were learning, they were actually learning what you were teaching, how did you come upon that? And do you feel, without worrying about if you're stepping on toes or messing things up, we just want to know this, if that could then be translated to this moment in time in this transition program so we do not have to have our kids lose out on learning?
In essence, I was doing the 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I just used the symbols A, B, C, D, F.
Okay, stop. Mm-hmm. So in essence, Mrs. O'Brien, did you hear what he said? So in essence, you were using so how did you translate the letters to the numbers?
It was, I didn't accurately have the tools that I needed at that time that we've now developed with the rubrics of the mastery rubrics of being able to understand all of that. So I did do the some percentage conversion of looking at what my opinion was of what an A was equivalent. So on a test, I would look at the entire test and come up with scales of what students could miss to actually still earn that A. So it wasn't pure like the system that we have now of being truly rubric based. That would have made the system a lot cleaner of what I was trying to do.
Your students knew what the expectations were to understand it, to really get it, to be able to give it back and to keep it. So
correct.
They got
it was always based on the students. I always felt it was important that students had to understand what, using this terminology, mastery was on an assignment. They knew what those expectations were going into it. And I think that communication's key.
So your consistent expectations along with standards and the progression to the standards was not given a 0 through 4. It was given
a letter grade, which I had to convert into numbers.
But that letter meant what a 0 through 4 would deserve. So it wasn't an A that they got because they got you their stuff in on pretty construction paper with content, but
correct.
They got A's because they mastered. They got B's because they almost mastered. They got C's because they were almost there. so on and so forth, correct?
With my best interpretation, yes.
Okay, so okay, Mrs. O'Brien, when I say that, is that something that you want to see if we can figure out how to do that during this plan? Because I can't figure out how else we're going to not throw things away.
So you have parents and students who struggle because we went to a 4-point system where some believed that we weren't using decimal points, but we were capable of using decimal points, which made it a 41-point system. You can make it a 41 or 42-point system by doing 100 through 90, 80 through 89. It still can be, it's just which numbers you use. I really am struggling with why we're hung up with using a 4.0 system to a 0 system when that is one of the biggest complaints about this system from parents and teachers and students. I mean, I got an email during the meeting from a parent, from an O'Connor student who didn't get who was given a 3 in a calculus class. Sorry, I closed that one because the math teacher there said no way using the system to make sure kids are proficient. Sorry. The teacher decided that he would give the kids an ego test for not doing homework. So essentially, a bunch of kids didn't get 4s. I realized that he might be a rarity, but this is part of the problem to me. I understand what Mr. Strauss did. I get it. I lived it with my son. So this is not, I don't understand why we're holding on to this 4 through 0 number system when we want to do what's best for kids, and this can just be a step in the transition. The transition might need to be a year or 2 longer. I just don't, it doesn't make sense to me. And I'm going to go back to, in addition to that, time for teachers to learn. I mean, we've heard about teachers getting, having opportunities and access to all these books. And my understanding is for some of them, that's on their own time. It's not paid time. I'm also worried about our teachers being overworked. And I do understand that having kids learn and know at the standard so they can say, yeah, you know what, I need to learn more of my dividing my fractions, or I need to learn more about, writing poetry with figurative language. I'm all about that. But is this the battle that you got to win? And does it mean you lose the war?
Okay, go ahead. And then Dr. Finch wanted to say something. Go ahead, Ms. Fisher.
I'm going to read you 4 bullet point statements. Savvy teachers can manipulate power schools. Cherry pick standards. Standards versus gold standards. It's all very upside down. PLCs may have national recognition, but if anyone was just a fly on the wall. It's my understanding that Barry Goldwater has done this for how long? How long has Barry Goldwater done this?
President O'Brien, Ms. Fisher, 12 years.
Okay, but you did hear the statements that I read? No, okay. They said they didn't hear the statements I read. Okay, so the statements are, savvy teachers can manipulate power schools. Cherry pick standards. Standards versus gold standards. It's all very upside down. PLCs may have national recognition, but oh, if anyone were just a fly on the wall. These are all statements from teachers at Barrett Goldwater High School. I just don't think we're ready at this point. We are doing so many great things, and the teachers have said they need more, people have said they need more training, but this one thing, as Ms. O'Brien has said, is throwing everybody off. And if a 4 is just a SIBL, then having it be a percentage from 90 to 100, it shouldn't be that big of a difference. It doesn't mean all your work goes to waste. It doesn't mean it all has to stop. And it doesn't mean this is forever. We just don't have the buy-in from anybody. And, you know, I'm a numbers person or accountant, so for me, percentages totally make sense. This does not. But I'm willing to submit to someone who does understand it if they do. But it's not just one. It's a lot of people that are saying they don't get it. And it's a lot of people who we think are getting it, who are coming forward and saying, I don't get it. But I can manipulate it so I can figure it out, so I can be successful in my job because I care. So I think there is a lot, if we could just take that one little step back and work with our community, I just think it would make the world of difference. And I'll shut up now and turn it over to whoever.
Dr. Galligan, and then I guess Dr. Finch, you wanted to say something, huh? Skipped right over you. Go ahead, Dr. Galligan.
President O'Brien, I believe what I am hearing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that a 49% would be no evidence, a 50 to 59% would be failing, a 60 to 69% would be a D, a 70 to 79% would be a C, an 80 to 89% would be a B, and a 90 to 100% would be an A. As Mr. Strauss shared, he just took that ambiguity with those numbers between the 90 and 100, the 80 and 89, and just made them in 95, 85, 75, 65, 55. Obviously, we have been on this journey for many years, and this transition plan is actually, in our mind, a solid plan for our district and our phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 schools. If you believe that the greatest sticking point for this next year is a 4-to-1 or a 4-to-0 scale, then we will do our best to work with the design team and Power Teacher Pro to utilize a 100 to 49 point scale. That would entail some changes, absolutely. But I would say that we would do our very best to make that happen within the 3 weeks time that we have, as well as work with IS&T and the 2 particular grading handbooks to make those changes in time for the start of the school year. As Ms. Reed has said, we do not want to throw this out because of this one sticking point in the transition plan. So we will do our best to meet the needs that you have expressed for that scale. Dr. Finch?
You said a lot what I was going to say, so I won't go any more off of what you were saying, but school, I wanted to illustrate the point that school is starting in 3 weeks. And all of that background work, which is monumental, has been done to prepare us for opening. So there will be unintended consequences, yes. Do I have outstanding people that'll work overtime and through the night to get it done? Yes. But there will be a cost of that, for sure. What I'm disappointed is the wrong word. The board gave the district officials here some homework, and I thought they answered that homework and gave you a solid plan. And so I'm actually quite proud of it. They actually compromised and moved to the middle as you requested. So again, using up hundreds of hours and many phone calls and Zooms to get to here, knowing that our time was short, and they got it done, and it's very impressive. So I want to thank them for all their work. But if you're saying we're still getting stuck on one small part of it, then we'll have to adjust to try to make the transition plan a little bit more user-friendly.
Well, I think that the last two meetings, we did say that the part that we were stuck on was the 0 to 4 and the transition from the letter, because the letter is what the teachers and many of us and parents and students are used to. So that wasn't anything new that we brought up tonight, just going to go over that. And we know that you're trying to keep the integrity, the consistency for the 0 to 4 scale, but it didn't change any time from 2 weeks ago to 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago that people had the appetite to have that. And I know that there's hundreds of teachers that haven't called in to say yes or no, they like it, they don't like it. It's a mindset change, and my opinion and my hope is always that what we do is in the best interest of children without worrying about what's inconvenient for adults. But at this moment in time, what's best for children has to be accepted by adults. Adults bring their children to our schools. Adults teach our children. So if the mindset isn't there, then we might as well not do it. So yes, it was, and Mrs. O'Brien, I'll be quiet in a minute, but I believe it was the 0 to 4 scale that we had brought up. So go ahead, Mrs. O'Brien.
Thank you, Mrs. Ordway. And Dr. Galligan, I am fine with the, you said 100 to 90 for an A, 89 to 80 for a B, 79 to 70 for a C, and I mean that as whole numbers, no decimals. D, 69 to 61, I would be okay with an F being 60 and below. You don't have to delineate that, because in our in your chart, a D also is no earned credit because they're not demonstrating that they have shown any kind of proficiency or learning in it, which gets us much closer to the 41-point scale that you have showing there. And I would just reiterate that it is important for us to do what's best for kids. I thought I had made my point very clear at our last meeting that this was a major sticking point for our community, all of our stakeholders. You guys put together an incredible plan. However, that has been a major sticking point throughout everybody we've heard from and everybody we've talked to and received emails from. I guess I don't know how to have been more clear last time when we had the Power Schools gentleman here.
President O'Brien, at the K-6 level, we will need to change the report card at each of those levels. Our teachers currently use a 4-to-1 scale as it is attached to the standards. And of course, as Ms. Lundy said, and then give a grade. So
I'm sorry.
we will need to have our IS&T change those K-6 report cards potentially when we move away.
Dr. Galligan, I'm sorry, before you finish that, say that again about, so I'm talking about middle school and high school report cards. I've been referring to the middle school and high school. For K through 6, they receive a letter. Do they not receive a letter grade or a percentage right now? Sorry, for elementary.
President O'Brien, they do receive a letter grade on their report card, and then standards are tagged. However, the standards that are tagged with a 4321 have no to little impact on the grade that is reported at an A through F level. What we are proposing, if it remains at K6, as you saw in the transition plan, is that standards would be tagged still with a 4321, and then those particular designations would then calculate into an A, B, C, D, or F as a final grade. If we are going to move away from that 4 through 1 scale, then the report card would potentially need to change, and the standards would not be tagged to a final grade.
The standards would not be tagged to a final grade.
That is correct. Right now, on the K-6 report cards for ELA, Math, Science, Social Studies, we have the essential standards listed. In Power Teacher Pro, in the old system, teachers would tag those standards for the report card with a 4321. However, their grade would be based maybe on that, but the system itself wouldn't take the 4321 for assignments into standards and calculate that into a final grade. If we are not using the 4 through 1 scale to tag standards as we have proposed at K6, and then those standards receive a final 4321, and then those particular 4, 5, 6, 8 standards would turn into a letter grade. If we are not going to tag our standards at K6, then the report card and how it looks and how we utilize, we're proposing to use PowerSchool, would need to change within the next few weeks. As far as high school, the design team with Ari, the PowerSchool developer, I'm sure with that team of educators and PowerSchool, we can figure out a way to use the symbols that you have requested in that grading for middle and high school.
So I have a report card in front of me from Union Park that you all provided that has the main page, the final page has all 4s, 2s, 3s, and 4s for each quarter, along with what looks like citizenship grades or conduct grades. And then their standards all have 4, 3, 2s, and 1s. So you were going to convert those 4, 3, 2, 1s into letter grades.
That is what we put in the transition plan for K6. We would not need to do that at K6, but we felt that having that consistency from K through 12 was where our board asked us to move.
Mm-hmm.
But
I would agree.
that doesn't mean that at the K-6 level, that we could not continue with a 4 through 1 tagging of the standards. And then once we have the standards toward the end of the quarter, that those could not then be averaged for a final 4, 3, 2, 1, or averaged for an A, B, C, D, F.
Mrs. Reed or Mrs. Ordway, do you have comments or thoughts on the K through 6 report card?
Mrs. Reed, go ahead.
I don't know if it's probably because it's really, really late and I'm really, really tired. I guess I'm just not understanding why we can't do both. And obviously you're saying that we can't, so I'm missing something. I have a disconnect somewhere, but on here, and maybe we're not being clear with what we're asking, and there's a whole bunch of smart people in the room. So if somebody wants to jump in and help, Mr. Strauss or one of our admins that are sitting here, of how we can figure this out. We still want standards. We still want students to be assessed on the standards. That's an important part. We want to make a transition from this year to the next year that then again the district can build upon the following year and the following year to baby step the community to get to a full standards-based grading system. I don't understand why, if we're asking that the final grade be presented with an A 90% scale, whatever, to make it make sense to our parents and our students. If we're looking at it and we're saying that D's are essentially going away, if we need to make it at a 4-point scale, essentially D's are going away because what we had at the bottom was that D's didn't count for credit anyway. So if we still need to make it a 4-point scale to align 4, 3, 2, 1 to A, B, C, F, 90 to 100, 89 to, 80 to 89, those types of things. I guess I misunderstand. I don't understand what the misconception is or why we can't do those things.
President O'Brien, Ms. Reed, if we can separate K-6 and 712 from each other. Our K-6 teachers have been tagging standards that are then reflected on the report card. The difference between then and now is that the way we tag those standards with a 4, 3, 2, 1, and you've seen that in the PRAG for 12 years, we'll now be able to average to a final A, B, C, D, F grade. Rather than being completely separate, they will now align. And that's what you see here for K-6. So if we set that apart, our report cards can remain the same. The only change is what's happening in Power Teacher Pro. When we look at 712, what Ms. O'Brien is asking us to do, as are the rest of you, is that in this transition year, instead of using a number scale of 4 through 0, that we still compress the scale and move to a 50 to 100%. And whether we look at that as percents or points, and teachers use both in their gradebook systems. Some of them grade by points, some of them grade by percentages, some of them do a mishmash of both. But we can figure this out. We can figure this out for the transition plan for 712. It just means that our momentum just shifts a little bit. Instead of going forward, We're just going a little bit to the right or a little bit to the left for this next year. And then we continue our conversation with you, our campuses, and our parent community. So can it be done? Yes. I would advocate, though, that for K-6, we maintain the system that we have in place with the 4321 that's been in the PRAG for years, and then be able to utilize the changes in Power Teacher Pro that allow us to take that 4321 tagging of the standards and give a final grade, an A, B, C, D, F grade for this transition year.
That sounds awesome. Mrs. Paperman?
So the issue is not the teachers, because the teachers, they're going to be deconstructing the standard, unwrapping the standard. They're still going to be teaching the grade level standards. So you're trying to say that the issue is Power Teacher Pro.
Ms. Paperman, that truly has been a challenge for us. And as I explained, we are able to address and fix that problem. For K-6, that can happen seamlessly based on the work that we have done for 10 or 12 years. The system will now work for us. For 712, we can utilize the numbers that Ms. O'Brien has given us in this transition year and have a compressed scale. It's just not a 4-0 scale. It still compresses. It's just a different compression of the scale.
So it's basically the technology, because no matter what, teachers are going to be teaching to the standards. They're still going to be deconstructing the standard, unwrapping the standard, assessing the student progress monitoring, writing CFA assessments. So what from my understanding is the technology on how the report card it inputs the grade.
The way that teachers tag the standards will impact that final grade. When we look at the rubrics that Dr. Chunis shared, our teachers in our proficiency rubrics, based on the performance level descriptors that the state has given us, as you know, for our content areas, are based on a 4-3-2-1. For our middle school and high school, they're still going to use the rubrics. I mean, that's the forward push with our professional learning communities, teacher collaboration, unwrapping the standards, learning progressions, and how do we effectively and consistently give students A, B, C, D, F a score. It's going to be based on those performance level descriptors and rubrics. So a teacher's still going to say, okay, this student's at a 4 based on the evidence that they show, this student's at a 2 based on the evidence they show. What they will do then, using a 49 to 100% scale, will make a determination on that rubric. A 4 for this student is a 91. A 4 for that student is a 98. A 2 for this student is a 70. A 2 for this student on this proficiency rubric is a 74. That would be the difference, is the gradation between 60 to 69, 70 to 79 for a rubric 4-3-2-1. Does that make sense, Ms. Paperman?
I see what you're trying to say. Yes, I just want to make sure that you understand what the board is trying to say is that we need to unite with the community, because right now with standard-based grading, it's not making sense with the teachers I have spoken to and with many parents that I have spoken to. The goal is, what are we going to do as a district to unite and not to divide? So that's where the governing board, we're trying to question. It's not that we're against of what you're trying to implement, but as a governing board, we also need to listen to the community, to our students, and to our teachers. So that's all we're asking. If the district can think out of the box, how can we unite as a community?
Thank you, Ms. Paperman. As I mentioned, we can keep K-6 on a 4-3-2-1 scale because they have been on this scale. And Power Teacher Pro will work that, the software will work that out for us. Parents are used to that. For our middle school and high school for the 22-23 school year, we will work with Power School on a compressed scale that ranges from 50 to 100. And as Ms. O'Brien mentioned, that no credit would be given. And Ms. O'Brien, you would need to help me understand, would that be for 59 to 50 would be no credit, 60 to 69 would, and up would be credit, or 60 to 50 would be no credit, and 61 through 69 would be credit. That would be the clarification I think the design team would need to know so that we could work with Power School.
The way you have it set up now is that essentially D's and F's don't count.
That is correct.
I would concur with that as well, which is why I said you could, the scale could be 100 to 60, with 60 being zero evidence, right? You don't turn in the project at all.
Mm-hmm.
And 61 to 69 is the D, but there's still no credit for a D. Your credit comes from your A, B, and C, which is a 70 to 100 scale. With just whole numbers. And then I do have one other question about your elementary K6 report cards.
I'm ready.
Okay. How, I know that there was something mentioned about there being more grades in the grade book. There's a concern about, some teachers having 2 or 3, and some teachers only using 2 or 3, but maybe there's 80 things in the grade book, or maybe there's only just 2 or 3. Will there be some consistency about, like, I think it was Dr. Miller who said, if you've taught for 5 days, there should be at least 1 grade in the grade book that counts towards, you should be able to assess something. So how will we be handling that, and who will monitor it?
President O'Brien, I'm actually going to turn this over to our administrators first, and then I will add my input after that. So the question is, okay, how will our administrators and teachers ensure that there is some form of assessment and assignments in Power Teacher Pro weekly? We do have guidance in the PRAG and the GRAG. It comes down to, and I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but it comes down to just that consistent monitoring by our administrators, our department chairs, our teacher collaborative teams. But I'll turn this over to Ms. Sapuka, Mr. Utter, who's been here graciously and hasn't had a moment to chat with y'all, and then our 2 high school principals. Ms. Sapuka, would you mind?
Absolutely. President O'Brien, the teachers the expectation is that teachers do put a grade in for each subject each week, with the exception of writing, because writing is more of a process grade and may take a longer amount of time. Moving towards the standards-based grading, our plan at our school was to have the learning progression. So there would be a learning progression grade going in each week, or an assessment grade going in. And there would be clarity for the parents through the pop-up screens in Power Teacher to show them what was being assessed, or the learning progression that they were learning about, because the learning progressions are all those steps towards the mastery of the standard. So you may not have a full standard to assess each week, but you would have a learning progression. So If you were doing the standard on main idea and details, let's say, you might be doing a learning progression on main idea 1 week, and the next week you might be doing a learning progression on the details, so that when you go to assess the standard, that you can then put the grade in for that. And it is the monitoring that we do as administrators to ensure things are happening, and working with our teams during their PLC time as well.
Oh, I get to speak
Thank you
tonight
for that.
finally. So one of the things we did at O'Connor, we've been doing actually for years, is we've always required our teachers to put one meaningful grade in the grade book per week. And it's something that as administrators, it's our job to monitor. We also ask our department chairs and things to look in on that, and so it's something we try to do diligently at our school. Now, that being said, what is a meaningful grade? And that, is, of course, has changed as we entered into phase one. So this past year, a meaningful grade, since we were using summatives and formatives as part of our assessment processes, then it could be either formative or a summative assessment as a meaningful grade each week. Typically, we would look more towards the formative assessments because every LT Friday, our LTs met to actually look over data and review that data. So in order to do that, of course, they had to have something in the gradebook to assess and look over that data. And then they, of course, would use that data to identify students for the following week who needed their different interventions, whether it was tier 2 or tier 3 interventions. So again, going back to the original question, how do we monitor that? Well, it does come down to the site administrators and having a plan and processes in place for that.
Thank you, Mr. Utter. So, and it states that in the presentation, Dr. or the plan, Dr. Galligan, that there would be at least one grade per week.
President O'Brien, it doesn't specifically indicate one meaningful grade. That is something that we can put in there, but it is already listed in both the PRAG and the GRAG. However, on the plan, you will note that our administrators who are sitting in front of you have identified that this is an area that they want to continue to improve upon, and that I believe it's on page 7 of the plan. Admin will monitor teacher gradebooks. Department chairs will provide coaching and additional support for the department teachers on consistent grades. And as Dr. Chunas has mentioned, that is also discussed within the collaborative teams, some better than others, but it is a learning and growing process across all of our schools. And so in this plan, it is written that there will be closer monitoring of grade books, and it is in our PRAG and our GRAG already.
Okay, I think that is an important piece, Dr. Galligan, that we ensure that there's at least one meaningful grade if we're going as part of this system.
President O'Brien, we can definitely add that into the transition plan, and as both Dr. Miller and Mr. Utter expressed very early this evening, the transition plan will be a significant guidebook for our campuses in phase 1 and those moving forward in phase 2. So adding that in there just gives it more weight, and thank you for requesting that for us.
Thank you.
Mrs. O'Brien, would you like to move on to amend the motion, or how did you want to continue?
So I guess before I take time to amend a motion, I apologize. Are we okay with the K6 with the addition of one meaningful grade at least per week, staying as recommended in the recommendation?
It looks like I see a couple of heads shaking yes.
Okay. So, and then the suggested scoring system that I gave, that
Anne, can you say that again?
the suggested scoring system for middle school and high school.
Dr. Galligan, if you could go over the three pieces to this. And Mrs. O'Brien, before we go on with making an amendment to the motion, we have to let Sheila's computer catch up with her so she can capture what you're saying. So, Dr. Galligan, go ahead.
President O'Brien, this is where I'm just slightly unsure. So if I've heard you correctly, 50 to 59%, 50% would be no evidence, 60% would, that's where I'm confused. So if I understand this,
60% and below could be no evidence. And then 61 to 69 would be the equivalent of your, sorry, I moved my pages. A D, which is still no credit.
Okay.
The C is 70 to 79. A B is 80 to 89, and an A is 90 to 100.
okay, we can definitely work with that.
And then, Mrs. O'Brien, did you want to add the meaningful grade, or do you want that to be put in there as?
In K6, one meaningful grade per week. At least one meaningful grade per week.
And what is the definition of meaningful grade? Or is that something for them to figure out?
That would be used towards their grade.
Right, but when you say meaningful, is the definition of meaningful or?
Well, I guess ask Dr. Galligan, like, if it needs to be a different word. What is the word that would? What is the wording that would say that there would be a grade that is used for assessing and counting towards their final grade?
President O'Brien, I believe with our design team and the administrators who have been working on this, we can determine a definition for a meaningful grade or what would count towards a meaningful grade. But if you don't mind, I'd like to ask one more question. So
Yes,
a 60% would be a no evidence grade. A 61 to a 69 would be a D, and then so forth and so on with a C, B, A, 70 to 79, 80, 89, 90 to 100. So no evidence would be a 60.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just one more clarification, and I apologize.
No problem.
We would not use anything below a 60. A 60 means no evidence, and a 61 through 69 would then go into the D, then the C, the B, and the A.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very
Yes, ma'am.
much.
So I think we can use meaningful grade based on the fact that there's an understanding that
President O'Brien, we can
reasonable.
add a definition to the plan so that it is more detailed, and we'll work to get that to you after we meet with the design team and our administrators who are in phase one.
Thank you, Dr. Galligan.
Mrs. Reed, and then Mrs. O'Brien, if you have that motion ready, let me know.
I'm just going to add one comment, and it doesn't have to be put in a motion or anything. It's for you to consider. The accountability piece, I know that we've touched on it a little bit, making sure the grade, having the grades in the grade book, but also that your mid-level leaders are doing their job in a responsible way to support the mission of what the school and the district are trying to do. So your department chairs and your CIASs, and that they're attending training, that they're taking part in those things as part of their job responsibility. Because in speaking to teachers at both of the high schools and at some of the other phase one schools, they didn't believe that there was buy-in either through things that they had said or actions. And so I think that it's important as we're moving forward that our leaders buy into it. And if they're not buying into it, then we figure out why and try and fix it. And there have been a couple of board members and a couple of parents that have touched on this. I don't want to speak up because I fear retaliation, or I'm going to have a target on my back, or I'm going to lose my job, or I'm going to lose my name in the district. And I get that. I understand it. I have to sit up here and make really tough decisions, and a lot of people don't like me a lot of the time. Like, it's not fun to ruffle feathers and to, say things that people don't want to hear. It's hard to have tough conversations, but we're not doing anybody any service if we don't have those tough conversations and we can't figure out how to move forward. So if you have something to say, if you're a teacher or a principal in the district and you have something to say that's important, you need to figure out a way to say it, and our leaders need to figure out a way to be responsive when they hear it. It's not easy to hear feedback, but it seems like there's this culture around, I keep hearing it, I haven't seen it personally, but I keep hearing that there's this culture and people are afraid to talk or to speak up. And if we're going to create change and we're going to move forward as a district and we're going to, create community and start mending some fences, we have to start having some tough conversations and not be scared to speak up when things get hard.
President O'Brien,
Mrs. O'Brien?
Sorry, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
may I ask just one more question? I apologize.
You could
Yes,
ask
ma'am.
too, but live stream ends at midnight, so let's go.
With 60 being no evidence, you said just a little bit earlier that D would also be no credit with limited. I just want to make sure that I'm clear when we work with the design team on Friday.
Yes, I was trying to reflect partly what you all have in your middle school, high school transition plan.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, and D would be 61 to 69, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So the motion, I would move to amend the motion with the following changes. K-6 teachers will have at least one meaningful grade per week. Can you tell me when she's ready?
Oh, I'm sorry, she's ready.
And the middle school, high school grades for the 2022-2023 school year will be A equals 90 to 100, B equals 80 to 89, C equals 70 to 79, D is a 61 to 69, F is a 60, and there's no credit for a D or an F.
Are you done?
I am done unless you all think I've forgotten something.
No, I don't see anybody rapidly shaking their head. Yeah, could you hold on one second until Sheila's got it typed?
President O'Brien, I apologize.
Yes, Dr. Galligan. No, don't apologize. It's fine.
But there would also be the same request to have one meaningful grade at 712 as well.
Yes, okay, good. So I will amend it to be K through 12 teachers.
Thank you.
Instead of K6.
Hold on one more
My
second.
apologies.
Okay, we just, can you read that back to us?
K through 12 teachers will have at least
Okay,
one
no-
meaningful grade per week. Oh,
Not you, Ann. I'm going to second your
Sorry.
motion so it pops up so we can read it. I'm seconding your motion.
Thank you.
Not
Are you
yet.
calling for the vote too?
No, well, well, I could do that. Yes, we can see it now. I just want to make sure everybody can see it.
The only thing that's missing is that an F is equal to a 60. Everything else is perfect.
Yes. Okay, it just went away. I just got shocked.
That's right.
One day.
I just amended it, right?
Okay, it's amended if everyone would like to read it.
Yep. Thank you, Sheila, for adding that.
So everyone's read it, so I can call for the vote. Mrs. O'Brien? Yes, no, maybe so?
Mhm. Yep.
I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And against, say nay.
So I would move to approve I would move, sorry. Oh, now we have to have the vote on the amended one. Now that it's amended.
I made the motion, so we're going to vote the original motion down since we passed the second motion. So all those in favor of the original motion 4 hours ago?
No,
I'm
no,
sorry,
you
go
have
ahead.
to, no.
I
We're
don't
going
have
to
to.
vote. Would you please call for a vote on the amended motion now?
Okay, so now we're going to call for a vote on the amended motion. All those in favor say, oh, do I need a second? Another second? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Yes, it was Mrs. Ordway. Aye.
Aye.
No, we cannot see it yet. Well, I can't. Now I can,
I can now.
as amended. Okay. Any opposed? No. All righty then. Well, let's. I don't know if we'll get it done. We'll get this one done. So I would make a motion that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve fiscal year 22 supplemental one-time classroom site fund payment to eligible certified and other professional employees. Jim Font, it's your turn.
I second.
Vice President Ordway, members of the board, Dr. Finch, I will be brief in the interest of time. I wanted to recognize, I think Mr. Kilman is still here.
He is, and he's awake.
From DVEA. We have a balance in the classroom site fund. As a reminder, last year there was a one-time payment that was made when they did the distribution from the Joint Legislative Budget Committee. This will be a payment that will be made to our fiscal year 22 employees that were eligible for the classroom site fund, but it does not spend all of the balance. We still will have a remaining balance. It's about $1.6 million that would remain in the fund, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Oh, the payment will be made when we make the second and final payment for those teachers that will be receiving their performance pay. So that'll be paid in the fall once the letter grades are established for the schools.
Oh, are there any questions? Super fast, no question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. I would go and, where am I? I'm on C, that the governing board approve all employees out-of-state travel per governing board policy GCCE.
Second.
Any questions? There's one quick question.
Why are we sending the two same people to back repeat of the exact same conference?
What was the question?
Well,
I'm
it's a
sorry.
teacher's perspective versus an administrator's perspective, but I've been in these trainings and it's the same. Just she's gonna walk in, throw her shoe at one of us. Is what's gonna happen. How much of this agenda can we put off to another meeting? Can we motion to table everything to another meeting and have it on, I don't know, Friday?
Ms. Fisher had a question about the PD.
If you'll give me a moment just to get to that agenda item, thank you.
Questioning why they're going to back for these A and B.
Kind of looks to me like identical conferences, one from a teacher perspective, one from an administrator perspective. Even the description is pretty much identical.
President O'Brien, Ms. Fisher, I think we want to be very transparent in that this is the same conference. It just is, one part of it is specific to working with teachers, one part of it is specific about moving our staffs forward to better understand math. So if you take a look, it's just the same conference broken out to be more specific for you all on the learning.
How is it going to benefit the district to send two individuals to the same conference in two different locations?
Very good question. Those two particular individuals have two different roles. One of them is a K-8 math coach and works directly with our teachers in mathematics. The other one is a curriculum instruction and assessment specialist that also works with teachers and administrators just in a slightly different capacity. The two of them work closely together in communication and messaging and collaboration. That's what you see there.
It's too late. It's to me. I don't understand how someone's going to get something different out of the same conference in two locations. I mean, I understand they have different jobs. Anybody who works in a school district has a lot of jobs. Okay.
Anything else? All those in favor say aye.
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 Nay.
Mrs. O'Brien and anyone?
I said nay.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. I would ask that the governing board would accept the administration's recommendation for pre-approving the agenda as presented.
Second.
Any questions? No questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
I just want to clarify my vote based on my conversation with the Auditor General. I am again going to vote nay because it has student activities funds in it. Thanks.
Okay, and then I would ask that the governing board approve recommendation for school year 23 superintendent goals.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mrs. Ordway,
Yes, ma'am.
there are no weights attached to those 4 goals.
It's in the summary page, same as last year, 25%.
The last page of the summary says that they're all worth 25%.
Oh, I guess because I saw to be determined for all of them, that meant we would be establishing them.
Yep, that's the recommendation.
Fine.
Do you want it different than 25%?
No, that made sense, what we did last year.
I think she's talking about a different weighting. And what's written there.
I guess I thought there was going to be a discussion about weighting. I apologize, I missed that last line because of all the TBDs in the pages throughout. And yes, I had wondered about a 30% weight for student learning for this year. But I know it's very late, so
You can amend the motion, you'll just have to take a percentage from somewhere else.
yes, I would look for some input or thoughts from other board members to hear if anybody's interested or not.
I was good with 25% because I thought that all 4 of the goals were as important as the other one.
Okay, that's good. There you
Anybody
go.
else?
There's no deliverables. I don't think they're actual goals, so.
I'm fine with 25%.
Okay, 25% it is.
Okay, so that would be as it stands. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against say nay.
I would prefer we have real goals, so I will say no.
Okay, so that passes 4-1. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask that we table our preview items till our next board meeting, as our live streaming is ending in 2 minutes, and I think we want to be done with our meeting before 2 minutes.
Second.
Then I would move to adjourn. Oh, yes. I move to, sorry. I would move to second tabling as well.
All those in favor say aye.
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 To table the remainder of this agenda till our next board meeting.
Aye.
All the preview items, yeah. Aye.
Okay, and now I'm going to make a motion to adjourn the meeting at 12 o'clock.
Wait, before we
Second.
motion to adjourn, I actually had something important. We have a teacher or an employee who's tried to resign, was supposed to be on this meeting and is not, and it's preventing her from starting her new job. I wanted to find out if there's any way the board would be willing
We
to
put
do
that
something.
we'll put it in Friday update. We already are working with the other districts. Ms. Moffett can answer that question.
No, she cannot. It's not on the agenda.
Oh.
You can put it in the Friday update.
We'll put it in the Friday update. We are taking care of it.
We are.
Thank you.
Okay, there is a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those against adjourning, say
Nay.
nay.
I guess we're adjourned.